Good morning. Today is Wednesday, September 8th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of September. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Today, we will be covering the items noted in our September agenda, which has been posted. Madam Secretary, let's begin with public comment.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay, anyone wishing to make a public comment, please approach the podium. State your name for the record. We have a feed from Carson City that will allow us to see that as well. Is anything submitted in writing?
No.
So nothing in Las Vegas. Okay, going once, twice. And Carson City, is there anyone there? No. Okay. We will move on. That will close our public comment period.
It does.
Okay.
The next item on our agenda is the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for August of 2021 and the meeting minutes for the workshops held on August 18th of 2021.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. We've all had a chance to our opportunity to review the disposition and meeting minutes. There are my colleagues' motion.
I have. I'd like to move to approve the prior month disposition.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you. Okay, Madam Secretary, I believe that brings us to non-restricted agenda items. Would you please read in non-restricted number 1?
Non-restricted number 1 is the application of MGM Resorts International and the Mandalay Resort Group for an amendment to their order of registration. An application of MGM Resorts International for a finding of suitability as sole shareholder of MGM CC Holding Inc. An application of City Center Holdings LLC for a transfer of interest, and an application of MGM CC Holdings Inc. for registration as an intermediary company and for a finding of suitability as a member of City Center Holdings LLC. Lastly, you have the applications of William Joseph Hornbuckle, John Milton McManus, and Corey Ian Sanders for findings of suitability as officers and/or directors.
Okay, welcome. Would you please state your names for the record?
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, Sean McGinnis with Butler Snow on behalf of MGM Resorts International. With me to my right is Pat Badamba, who's the Senior Vice President, Legal Counsel for MGM Resorts International. To my left is Jonathan Houkyard, who's the Chief Financial Officer. We wanted to thank you for the waivers of appearance for Mr. Hornbuckle, Mr. Sanders, and Mr. McManus. And also would like to recognize Agent Lundeen, Supervisor Rippey, and Chief Labadie in the expeditious handling of this application as we move this forward. This actually is a fairly straightforward transaction. There's no change of any operations at ARIA or anything related to the licensee. This is at a holding company level, and this really relates to MGM essentially buying out Infinity World's 50% interest in City Center. And the way it's being achieved is MGM has formed a new entity that would be owned by MGM Resorts International, and that entity would purchase the 50% interest of that's previously held by Infinity World. All the other interest, the other 50% interest that MGM holds stays the same, and all the operational things stay the same. So it's pretty much a transfer of interest where MGM ends up becoming the 100% owner of ARIA and City Center, once approved.
Okay. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Badamba. It's good to finally see you in person.
Good to see you again, Chair Gibson.
Okay. Let's would you take us through the we have iterations of this structure, the final structure. We have 6 different steps. Would you take us through the final
Structure?
Yes.
Well, at the end of the day, the only right now you have Infinity World owns a 50% interest in in the City Center, in City Center Holdings LLC. So what happens is that interest in City Center Holdings LLC would then go to MGM CC Holdings LLC, or CC Holdings Inc., which is a new entity that was formed by MGM Resorts International to acquire the Infinity World interest. Everything else in the structure of City Center and the ARIA licenses all remains the same. So the only change is that change.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. McGinnis. Appreciate that. Mr. Would you like to make an appearance, please? State your name for the record.
Good morning. My name is Jonathan Halkyard. I joined MGM Resorts International in January. I came here from North Carolina, but I spent about 15 years here in Nevada with Harrah's and Caesars Entertainment before that. So we're delighted about this transaction. The City Center and Aria and Vdara, very successful businesses, and we're looking forward to owning 100% of these businesses. The partnership has been a long and very successful one, but this will make it a more simplified structure for MGM Resorts to own all of City Center, and we're enthusiastic about the future of that business.
Okay, thank you very much. I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Good morning, gentlemen. Good to see you. Nice to meet you, sir. Mr. McDonald, I think we've met on occasion before. Always good to see you, Mr. McGinnis. So the transaction itself just seems to be part and parcel of the greater or broader strategy for MGM at this point, which is to have a asset light type of structure. Because at the onset of this, you're going to be acquiring it and you'll be disposing of it over to the actual assets themselves, over to Blackstone, correct?
Yeah, that's correct, Member Katsaros. I think of it really as two steps in the transaction. The first is for MGM Resorts to acquire the other 50%, and that helps us in just simplifying our organization. And the second step, as you note, is the sale of the real estate to Blackstone, a partner we know well and have done a couple of transactions with in the past. And that does further that asset light strategy you described, which the company embarked on about 5 years ago.
And then in terms of the operation, though, MGM has been operating the City Center the entire time. Dubai World has essentially been a silent partner, although they did have board members on the 3 of the board members, if I'm not mistaken, comprised of that board.
Yes, the venture was governed by a board made up of representatives from MGM and Dubai World. As it relates to the employees and the management of the City Center complex, there will be no changes.
Okay, so it carries on as is. And then in terms of your overall portfolio, in particular on the Strip, then, assuming this transaction goes through, Blackstone acquires the assets from you. Is there any remaining properties on the Strip that MGM will actually own, the brick and mortar themselves?
No, they will have all been sold either to MGP or to Blackstone.
Is there a 5% holding perhaps of Bellagio, though, as my materials noted, or is that going to be going away as well?
I'm not sure I know what you're referring to there.
Bellagio is held currently right now, 95% by Blackstone?
Yes.
And 5% directly by MGM, or is that not accurate? That's it.
It's a different structure this time around.
It is a different structure.
And with respect to properties,
Could you?
Sure,
I'm
sure.
sorry, sir.
And with respect to properties, this will be the last on the Strip that will be sold.
Okay.
And then in terms of the company as a whole, the only other property we own is Springfield, and we've publicly announced that we'll be selling that to MGP
Okay, so
at the end of the year. So
you
we won't,
skipped
at that point, we will be truly asset light.
okay, you skipped ahead to my next question because I wanted to broaden that out to the other markets. And you said the only other property was Springfield?
Is MGM Springfield, and we expect to be able to close that before the end of the year.
Okay. Well, I think Mr. McGinnis opened up with this. This is a fairly straightforward application. I agree with known entities to us. We're simply registering essentially a new entity so that MGM could hold it and then at a certain point sell off over to Blackstone. So it seems fairly straightforward. The numbers we're talking about, the 50% interest that you don't already own in this particular holding is just over 2 billion.
Approximately 2.25.
And then for the record, the amount there that you'll then be selling to Blackstone, assuming that's public at this point.
Is approximately 3.89 billion in cash.
I'm sorry, could you?
I'm sorry, approximately 3.89 billion.
Okay, so you'll have a 1.7 or so billion difference there.
Right, but the venture itself does have bank debt, which will be retired.
Okay,
That's part of what the sale of Blackstone, those proceeds will be applied to.
so without divulging anything that may be confidential or not, could you share what that amount is?
It's about 1.7 billion,
Okay,
0.65, 1.7 billion.
right in line with that.
Yeah.
Okay. Anything else, perhaps that of note that we should probably be aware of that we haven't discussed on the record here?
No, I don't believe so. I mean, we have looked at the draft order, draft one, and that's acceptable to us.
Okay. Well, I'll turn it back over to Chair Gibson. I
Okay.
didn't have any further questions on this item. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will have additional opportunities to question this group as they come forward with disposition of various assets. So Member Watkins, anything to ask?
Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome. So just quickly, just to clarify for the record, so there are multiple steps to this restructuring, correct? It's just that this is the step that needs to come before the board.
Right. This is the step that needs to get Nevada Gaming Commission approval. There are steps that will follow. I'll hand it over to Mr. Madamba.
I'll try to simplify the structure chart that we provided since there's multiple different steps, but it's really, I look at it as 3 steps. The first step is consolidating our ownership by buying Infinity World's ownership. So we own 100% of City Center. The second step is taking the real estate and simply dropping it down into 2 new entities, 2 propcos, a Vidara propco and an Aria propco. And then the third step is selling those propcos over to Blackstone. So I mean, there's a whole lot of steps to get to that point to get the real estate into the propcos and what have you. But it really is just 3 steps: an equity transaction, a drop down of the real estate, and then selling the real estate and leasing the real estate back.
Okay, thank you for clarifying and simplifying that.
And I guess I would add that once that final step is complete, we then have a notice to send to the board with copies of the executed documents and transactions, so your records are complete.
Thank you, I appreciate that. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you very much.
I did have one other follow-up with regard to MGM Springfield then. Is there an intent at some point to sell off that asset as well? Or is there a reason you'll still be holding?
You say the asset, you're talking about the real estate asset?
Yes.
The real estate assets will be sold. The real estate assets are going to be sold to MGP before the end of the year.
Before, okay, sorry, I missed that point on that.
Assuming that we have a hearing before the Massachusetts Gaming Commission.
Understood.
And that is the target.
Understood. Thank you.
Okay. So with that, I would ask for a motion if there are no further questions. And you've had a chance, Mr. McGinnis and your colleague, Mr. Amador, to look
Yeah.
at
It's
revised
acceptable.
order.
It's pretty straightforward because it just has basically the addition of the new entity. Put in,
Okay.
Change the dates.
All right. Okay, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to the 51st revised order, draft number 1.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move to non-restricted number 2.
Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Dubai World for termination of registration as a holding company and Infinity World Holding Limited, Affinity World Cayman Holding, Affinity World Cayman LP, Affinity World Investments LLC, Infinity World Cayman Investments Corporation, and Infinity World Development Corp. For termination of registration as an intermediary company.
Welcome, Mr. Silver. It's great
Good
to see
morning,
you.
Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. My name is Jeff Silver of Counsel with Dickinson Wright Law Firm. And to my right is William Bill Grounds, who is the President and COO and Director of Infinity World Development Corporation and is representing the members of the Dubai World and the Infinity World organizations with this application. We thank you for the waivers granted to the other individuals who are either stuck in countries that don't allow transit or are handling other business overseas. So we really appreciate that.
Okay.
I'd like to just state at the outset that we were standing up at the other application because essentially it is a companion application. If the commission does not approve the recommendation, then we're going to be seeking to refer it back to staff. So and staying the course with what we have. But I just wanted to make a couple of comments about Dubai World, and I've been associated with them since at least 2008, 2009. I know the dates for certain because when the ARIA opened up on December 16th, 2009, I proposed to my wife that night And I figured I couldn't get an engagement party that had that kind of pizzazz to it. So it was a memorable evening for me that I'll never forget, and still celebrating it. But in 2007, this investment by Dubai World, which is really the government of Dubai, was made in November officially of 2007. Now, the Great Recession was officially noticed as December of 2007. And it continued, the Great Recession, until the end of 2009. So throughout the Great Recession, Dubai World honored their commitments and created jobs for individuals on this major construction project, which changed the nature of Las Vegas. It was a massive undertaking to the credit of MGM and their thought planners. But Dubai World wasn't afraid of major projects. They had done a number of them on their own in Dubai and elsewhere, and they considered this to be a wonderful opportunity, and have had just a great relationship with the Gaming Control Board and honoring their commitments to their partners at MGM. So now that this chapter of their relationship with the Nevada gaming authorities seemingly is coming to an end very, very quickly, we just wanted to express our gratitude and appreciation for all the kindnesses that have been extended to us up till and including the thank you to Senior Agent Nishizawa for her work in this preparation of this application, the investigative report, and also to you as members of the board, and hopefully when we see the commission, we can extend the same thank yous to them. But we're prepared to answer any questions with respect to this item. As you saw, it was a pretty routine number, and the relationship that we've had with MGM over the years has always been one of openness and fairness, and that's the basis for our sale. The opportunity was there. It was a negotiated opportunity, and we felt it was time for us to step aside and allow MGM to complete their plans with respect to how they wish to hold their ownership in properties here in Nevada and elsewhere. So Mr. Grounds is here to answer any questions you might have, but essentially what we're saying is that once the closing occurs, which we're hopeful will be at the end of this month, that will terminate the involvement of Dubai World and its relationship as a licensee found suitable in Nevada. We also want to thank Steve Ducharme, who has been our compliance officer over the years that we've been involved in this process. And one of the conditions of our fourth order of registration, actually continuing on through, has been the concept that only the people who have been licensed will have had any influence or involvement with the licensee, the Aria Hotel. And that was the major focus of the compliance obligations, the compliance plan, and the compliance committee. We do intend to hold one more meeting the day before the Gaming Commission meeting to reaffirm that there hasn't been any involvement that has not been authorized by the order of registration with respect to our activities. I would say that Hamad Bouamin, who's the member of all of these organizations, is also the managing director of Dubai World. So essentially, he is speaking at the highest levels, and also as a licensee here in Nevada. But other than that, we're prepared to go forward. We reviewed the prepared order of registration, which is dated July 15th, 2021, draft number 1. And I find it to be in order and succinct, and again, appreciate your support.
Okay. Well, for the record, I thank you and Dubai World. This was, I've watched this from beginning to end. It began with a bang, and it's fairly quiet at this point, but it's good to see you all, and I thank you for honoring your commitment to allow only those people who are licensed on behalf of Dubai World to exercise any kind of activity or control. That was a very important point in the beginning. This is a sovereign wealth fund of a foreign nation, so it was a very unique structure and licensing event. And so with that, I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions and comments.
Good morning. Yeah, I'll echo those comments. Definitely, it was a unique structure. This was a monumental construction project, especially back then, pandemic going on and so forth. So if you wouldn't mind stepping up to the podium, what's the future then in terms of your thoughts on any further investments in gaming, in particular in the United States?
Thank you. It's William Grounds is my name, the president and COO of Infinity World. In terms of Dubai World's investment, they still hold a number of investments in the US, predominantly in the hotel industry and also in the ports business. They're one of the largest port operators in the world. They just made a substantial acquisition of a logistics technology company here. In terms of gaming in the United States, I think that's unlikely. We're still a major shareholder of MGM, as you probably know. I think we hold about 4.3% of the stock. So, but yeah, I don't see them making further gaming investments, particularly in bricks and mortar anyway, in the US at this stage. But maybe over time that might change. But right now, it's definitely not on their radar. They're looking at, I guess, more investing in what you might call emerging markets in Africa and places like that.
Is it safe to say that this was then the first sort of gaming, the first sort of gaming property that they were involved in, or is there other investments that they?
There was one other.
There was one other one in Djibouti, I think it was Djibouti or Dar es Salaam.
Also the Kirshner Sun International. Ownership.
Well, yeah, but they had a hotel which had a casino in it in somewhere in Africa. But they contracted out the management of the casino. They did ask me at one point to go there to get a little bit involved, but I declined the opportunity. But that was a long time ago, and I think they've subsequently sold that hotel. But apart from that, the Fontainebleau in Miami, which they were a part owner of, the creation of that, there was a view that at some point there may be a casino license in Miami. And I know part of that building, the redevelopment was to allow for a gaming floor. And when we sold that asset, part of the deal was if gaming ever came, I think that's expired now, but there was a time if gaming ever came, we would get a further payment, but that's expired. So that would be the only other thing in the US that I could vaguely draw a line to.
Well, thank you for your appearance here today. I didn't have any further questions on this. As it was mentioned, it's pretty straightforward what's going on here. And we appreciate your time here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, gentlemen, sorry. Welcome. Thank you for attending. As you mentioned before, this appears to be a straightforward application, a companion application to item number 1, and I don't have any additional questions.
My only regret is that the first day that we come to say hello, we say goodbye.
That's quite all right.
As this chapter in your business comes to a close, I'd also like to thank you for working through some of the difficult times in terms of your relationship. MGM is an important partner to us as a state, our largest employer, and you were willing to work through things rather than pull out or enter protracted litigation. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I'd like to thank the board and the officers for working with us, particularly in the early days during the licensing, setting up the delegated authority structure. It was a challenge for everyone, but we got there, and I think we've executed that well. I know some of your agents had to travel to Dubai and spend some time over there, so that was probably a hardship posting for a while. But but appreciate the efforts your organisation has put in to help us achieve that licensing goal back in the day.
Well, I will add one thing, that the time that the agent spent in Dubai was in the summer when it was 130 degrees. So it wasn't exactly an R&R kind of duty.
Well, at this point, after 18 months of COVID, I think that they would take that posting any day of the week.
Yeah.
Be a great reward. Well, thank you very much for your appearance. And with that, I please ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to the order terminating registration as a holding company, draft number 1.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you again.
Thank you.
Be safe, everyone.
Okay, so Mr. Burnett is appearing from Carson City.
I believe so.
Okay.
Non-restricted number 3 is the application of Daniel Robert Walsh for licensure as an officer and key employee of Flamingo Las Vegas Operating Company, LLC.
Welcome. Please state your name for the record.
Daniel Walsh, good morning. Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, Chairman Gibson.
It's nice to see you.
Thank you.
And Mr. Burnett, are
Good
you?
morning,
Okay.
Mr.
Can
Chairman.
we
It's good
turn the
to see
volume
you.
up in Carson City? All right, great. Thank you very much. Okay,
Good morning,
Mr. Burnett, would you please take us through this application?
Sure, it's a very complex one, Mr. Chairman. Good to see you, Chairman Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, and Executive Secretary Bell. Thank you for letting me appear via remote here in Carson City. My name is A.G. Burnett, for the record, with the law firm McDonald Carano. Mr. Walsh actually was in front of you, I want to say, in November of last year. So very recently, he was licensed for his role at a different property and has now moved over to the Flamingo Las Vegas. So he is coming before you this time as an officer and key employee of that property. As always, he's prepared to give you his background if you would like. And I don't think that Member Watkins got to meet him, but there he is in front of you. And we're happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Please, I haven't had the benefit of your background or hearing of it either, so.
Got it.
take us through.
Originally born and raised in the Chicago area. I saw you were at University of Chicago. Did my college at Illinois. I saw your Michigan State. We've got Eastern Michigan covered, so we've got the Midwest covered. First member of my family to attend college. I got an accounting degree and studied accounting, went on to public accounting for 3 years, did internal audit for 2 years, then kind of stumbled into the casino business in Northwest Indiana. So I joined Heresy Chicago in 2003. And long story short, just through a series of fortuitous events, I guess, and some hard work, bounced around almost every riverboat throughout the Midwest and made my way out to Las Vegas. So I worked in the Indiana market, the Illinois market, the Iowa market. Came out to the Rio in 2013 as assistant general manager. I was promoted to general manager. Then in 2016, they moved me over to Harrah's. Caesars Entertainment moved me over to Harrah's, became the GM of Harrah's. Then a few years ago, they gave me the Link. So I was GM of Harrah's and the Link. And then earlier this year, they added Flamingo to my responsibilities. So now I am the general manager of Harrah's, Link, and Flamingo. So all in, I think close to 19 years in the casino business, 24 years as a professional and executive, and had 3 kids in 3 different states, bouncing around doing things to my wife that I would not recommend most people should do. But she's been a great trooper throughout this, and we decided we were not going to have 4 kids in 4 different states when we got here. So we're done with the kids.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for that. Illinois, Urbana, that's a great school.
Mhm.
Thank you. I'd say that I would just note for the record that your background is clean. Appreciate that. It's always nice to see someone with a kind of character probity or probity of character. So I have no concerns with this application. I turn over to my colleagues for questions. Please, if you have them.
Hi, good morning, and
Morning.
thank you for being here. It's nice to meet you.
Pleasure.
So I enjoyed your introduction, and clearly you've done your homework. I appreciate that. So it was good to listen to. I don't have any issues or areas of concern. This is just part of Caesar's general restructuring, right? So that you're answering to one general manager. Is that correct?
We have a regional president in the city. So I'm over these 3 properties. I answer to the regional president in Las
The regional
Vegas.
president.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So just for efficiency purposes, right?
Correct. Yep.
Okay. Well, sounds good to me, and I don't have any issues.
Good morning. Yeah, thank you very much for the opening. You did your research knowing, our universities, including Eastern Michigan. I thought you were brave at first coming here by yourself without representation. Then lo and behold, we have Mr. Burnett down up in Carson City. So wisely done. I am familiar with your background. I was here the last time when you came before us. We're adding another property here. I would like to get a little bit of an update on the properties where you're at right now.
Mhm.
I'm sure you've seen as well. that we've had some record numbers here recently.
Yep.
Large part of that, of course, is the Strip. You're right in the heart of it.
Yep.
Could you give us an update?
Yeah, I'd say from the time we reopened, it's been quite a roller coaster. It was rough sledding when we reopened, and then things picked up, and then right about the time I got licensed, we started to dip down again, and the world started to get a little nervous again. And then we lifted some of our restrictions here in April and May, and the business took off. And as people started to get vaccinated around the country, we saw people were traveling more, and visitation was up. And then as COVID cases have started to spike around the country, we've started to see a little bit now of a dip back down the other way. So July was a phenomenal month for us, and then August now we started to see some softness, and predominantly more midweek we found. So the weekends are still very strong. The midweek just seems to be a little bit softer as people either start to go back to school, or COVID cases start to increase around the country, and there's some concerns there. So that's really been the biggest thing that we've seen. But other than that, the weekend business is very strong. And even though midweek has dipped, it's still relatively strong. So we're still pretty confident about our
That softness you're talking about midweek right now, that's not sort of atypical this time of the year, given that everybody's going back to school, vacations are ending, correct?
Some of it is, but the other thing is just the conventions that we're trying to we're getting into convention season now too, and trying to as you've seen with trying to get those large groups back, we've got to make sure we're following proper protocols and all that good stuff. So it's encouraging for the fall with some of the conventions that we have coming back.
And your daily room rate's still pretty strong on the weekends, right?
Yes. And it helps also with the football season starting with the Raiders games. We're seeing some pretty nice room rates and fights coming back, and big events like the Garth Brooks concert, the Conor McGregor fight. So those weekends have been very strong with driving some strong rates.
Okay, yeah, certainly the absence of conventions, that's going to create a lot of softness. I was talking about the other part of that right now. So we would normally see a bit of softness as well already, but we'd be able to backfill that with conventions.
Correct.
And so forth. Understood. What are you attributing all the revenues to right now? Because we're seeing in the numbers, at least, I'm not sure if you're an outlier or if you're kind of in line with what the numbers are. Really strong slot play.
Mm-hmm.
Not sure I'm seeing a huge amount of VIP play per se, but I'll leave it to you to explain.
I think you've got a lot of factors. I mean, I'd say pent-up demand is probably just one of the biggest things. Just all the the research we have with doing surveys of customers, just people who have been cooped up for so long and looking to get out and do stuff. And then with that, not everything reopened, right? So we didn't reopen buffets, and we didn't reopen certain clubs and lounges, and not every entertainment act came back. So I think you've got still a limited supply of things, of offerings, but you've got that pent-up demand. So you can sometimes also charge a little more of a premium when you have that dynamic in play.
So that disposable income is being directed more specifically to gaming than some of the other product offerings that you would otherwise have typically in a normal economy.
Yes.
Elsewhere around the property, though, still seeing strong numbers, food and beverage, whatever entertainment you're offering right now, et cetera.
Yep. And we're pleased to see, the Coliseum at Caesars brought back some entertainment, big entertainment. We reopened our showroom. We brought Donny Osmond, started his new show a couple weeks ago. So we are getting back into bigger shows, bigger names. And so it's good to see some of the entertainment coming back.
I saw a sign about that one. I'll have to check that one out. As far as the Flamingo, then, any thoughts on what you may or may not change? What's your initial perception and views on what you might do there?
It's celebrating its 75th anniversary this year. So, we're doing a lot of stuff around that for the employees and for the customers. So that's a December birthday celebration. So we do have some marketing plans in place there. The main thing there, it's a 3,500 hotel room. It's one of our largest hotels in our portfolio, and just making sure that the rooms are in good shape, making sure the public areas are in good shape. It's because it's an older building, just needs a lot of TLC. So that's the focus of just trying to make it as nice and neat as possible. And then, looking at our food and beverage offerings, there's not a lot of offerings there, but it benefits because it's connected to the Link Promenade. So a lot of times, having that hotel there, we're able to feed the Link Promenade, which we also own. So all those bars and restaurants that are down there help satisfy the needs of the hotel customers at Flamingo. So we don't have to go too crazy building several restaurants.
I mean, just visually, you can see the Link Promenade's constantly busy,
yes.
Even midweek. Yes. You can see a lot of foot traffic in there. Are you guys cross marketing and leveraging the properties in terms of, I don't know that it would be known to the average visitor that the promenade is actually owned as well by the bigger corporation. And trying to cross sell to them visiting those properties, because frankly, nothing strikes me off the top of my head right now, but.
If you look at like the Caesars.com websites, the link promenades, prominently featured on there. So we do try to cross market those assets and amenities.
Oh, well, like I said, I'm familiar with your background. We're adding another property here. It's kind of right geographically, I guess, where you can just literally walk within 5 minutes, so to speak, if you're on the strip from one property to the next.
I'm getting my 20,000 steps a day.
Oh, do you have an office in each one then, or are you just?
I can if I want to, but I have one at Flamingo, one at Harris, so I didn't think I needed one at Link as well. So.
Okay, well, I didn't have any further questions. I appreciate your appearance here today.
Thank you.
Just to clarify the reorganization, you mentioned earlier that you report to the regional president, correct?
Yes.
Okay, I understand that. But so you're the general manager and you have, for your operational representatives, they're only reporting to you. Is that correct? So that they only have to report. That was the purpose of the reorganization, so that they only have to report to one general manager.
Correct. Yes.
Okay.
You got a gaming person, a food and beverage person, and hotel, food and beverage, and gaming.
Okay.
Report to me.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any further questions?
None for me. Thank you.
Okay, if there are none, I'd ask for a motion, please.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 as read to the record by Secretary Bell.
Secretary?
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you for.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, Mr. Burnett.
Thank you. And we'd like to thank Agent Joe Lombardo, who came to us again after a couple of years leave with the Border Patrol, I believe. It's good to have him back, and he's great to work with. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go to number 4.
Non-restricted number 4, the applications of Jason Andrew Stump for a finding of suitability as a key executive of Wynn Resorts Limited and licensure as key executive of Wynn Las Vegas LLC.
Okay, welcome.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Watkins, Member Katsouros, Madam Secretary. Sonia Vermees from the law firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck here with the applicant. He's making his first appearance before you. Jason Stump, he's the Senior Vice President, Chief Information Officer, North America for Wynn Resorts Limited. He's also the Chief Information Officer, North America for Wynn Las Vegas. Also present here this morning is Shannon Nadeau in the audience from Wynn Compliance. I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Stump so he can give you a little bit about his background and also share his very impressive career trajectory.
Please, thank you. Welcome, Mr. Stump.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Gibson, Katsouros, Watkins, and Executive Secretary Bill. My name is Jason Stump. I'm here today to seek approval regarding my key executive gaming license as Chief Information Officer for Wynn Resorts in Wynn Las Vegas. In my role with Wynn, I create the technology and IT security roadmap for North America for our properties. A little about me, I grew up in Chicago as well. I started out as a valet parker at Harrah's Joliet. I was 18 years old and when I started in the gaming industry. I've been privileged to work in the gaming industry for the last 28 years, where I've held several key and non-key gaming licenses, all in good standing. Previously, I worked for Harrah's Entertainment, RGC Gaming, Pinnacle Entertainment, and Infinity Gaming. I was named the CIO of Affinity Gaming in 2014, where I first received my first Nevada key gaming license. You may recall about Affinity Gaming, they had a highly publicized data breach that occurred before I started, and that's why I was brought in. Over the course of 14 months, I was able to lead the technology and information transformation of that company and lead them to PCI and EBM compliance that was validated by the third party, which is a huge turning stone for that company. I then joined Westgate Las Vegas and led many successful innovation projects before I joined Wynn Encore Boston in October 2018 as their VP and CIO. I had a very successful opening showcasing the latest technology of our $2.8 billion resort. And then last August, I was asked to be the interim CIO for Wynn Resorts, and that's when I moved back to Las Vegas. On the community front, I've held vice president and president roles for Technology for Diversity, which is a Las Vegas-based charity, for 3 years. The purpose of this nonprofit is to raise funds for an emphasis on diversity, young adults, and technology. In addition, I participated in numerous community events with Wynn, from delivering Chromebooks to families at the start of the pandemic in Boston, to recording how-to videos that were posted on Facebook for all of our guests as they were started to work from home of how not to get scammed. As most of you know, during the start of the pandemic, a lot of consumers were targeted. Some of my notable achievements at Westgate and Encore, I met with all the new hire orientation, and I presented IT security do's and don'ts. In 2018, I was selected as Nevada's CIO of the Year for my technology innovation work at Westgate. At Wynn, I led the technology launch of COVID testing lab at Wynn Las Vegas. I was also asked to participate by the Nevada COVID Task Force to help develop their COVID tracing app, which I did work on for a little bit of time. Last year, I was named CIO of the Year finalist in a highly competitive Boston market, going against people from Harvard, MIT, and some other large companies. I've authored several technology articles with CIO Review Magazine, Gaming and Leisure Magazine, and have been a previous speaker at G2E and other conferences. This past June, I was recognized as a Digital Transformations Executives Top 150 throughout the United States. I've lived in Nevada for 10 years. I'm married and I have 5 beautiful children. My oldest son, Jordan, has enrolled in a technology-focused trading school that started last month. My second oldest daughter, Haley, is a state-certified esthetician residing in St. Louis. My third oldest son, Jake, started at UNLV last month. And my fourth daughter, Macy, works in the F&B department at Wynn. And my youngest daughter, Ella, is a freshman at Bishop Gorman High School. In Notary, she was mostly, her name was drawing as a scholarship winner from the Nevada Vax Days on August 12th by Governor Sisolak that I attended in person. Finally, I would like to commend Agent Joe Lombardi and Senior Agent Charlotte Ballinger for their demonstrated professionalism and hard work throughout the investigation.
Thank you very much. So give me a better sense, if you would, Mr. Stump, about what your area of expertise is. I mean, I know that you're the CIO. I've heard some of your, some of your expertise, some of your background, which is impressive. Your career trajectory suggests that you're an expert. I asked for a list of your certifications because people in this space often don't have formalized degrees and so on.
Yep.
Are you a coder? Are you a pen tester? Are you an expert in preventing intrusion? What do you tell me about yourself?
So I'm not an expert of anything, but I know a lot about different technologies, which is as a CIO, that's what you want to do. I started out in the technical track when I worked for Harrah's. I was 19 years old supporting their gaming systems throughout the United States. I was asked to be an IT manager at the age of 23 of having my own property. And so then I went the management track. And so I would tell you, since year 2000, a lot of mine has been management, but managing technology people requires a lot of technical expertise, and you have to continue to get skilled. And so it just kind of depends on, I keep up to date on all the technologies. I just don't focus on one.
I've expressed some concern about cybersecurity in the gaming industry in various publications that I've been asked to go on the record. And so let's go back to Affinity if we can. So PCI compliance is, that's de rigueur. That's like a basic, standard for anyone any company that takes credit cards.
Yep.
And so, especially if they're subject to BSA and so on. So, what else did you do to harden them up?
So Affinity had grown by acquisition, but had never standardized or keep their systems upgraded. So at various properties at Affinity, they had a different POS system at one property than the other. They have a different hotel system than the other properties. So it's very complex for them. And I brought a plan to the board of directors for Affinity Gaming and said, this is the amount of money we need to make this happen. So it was a combination of system upgrades, hiring the right talent, putting in processes that support best practices in technology. And we jumped right to the forefront within that time. And some of the articles I published, I was asked to, why do companies not become PCI compliant? And really, there's a cost effort and there's a time effort to get it done. And that's really, as my article would suggest, that's primary reasons why companies don't go through that process.
Okay. Do you feel like, so as a lawyer, I'll tell you that I've, often felt like a lost leader, right? Because you don't want, you pay for a lawyer and they become important, let's go back, right? And IT sort of like, especially, cybersecurity type IT. Do you feel like you have the support of your CFO and of upper management?
Oh yeah.
To do what you
So
need to do?
at Win, I will tell you, we are probably the best in gaming or in the best in hospitality. We have a very robust IT security program. Our CISO reports to me, which stands for Chief Information Security Officer. He's been with the company for 14 years. Anytime we've gone to ask for funding, it's always been approved. So we spend a lot of money. And I would tell you the feedback that I get and how I know that we're among the best or the best in our industry is we get feedback from other executives that have joined us, and we give them a briefing of our security technology, and they're just blown away. And that's how I know that we continue to lead that in that space.
Well, thank you very much for all that information. I appreciate that. Turn it to my colleagues. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Thank you very much. It was a great overview. I really appreciate the detail you provided. I did not see in my materials that you were the 2018 Nevada CIO, correct?
Yeah, CIO of the year for the state of Nevada.
Yeah, okay, I didn't see the materials. Anyway, it was a great overview. I'm familiar with your background, given that you were licensed here numerous years ago, 2015, I believe.
Yes.
Okay. But how did you, just go back on your history, how did you get connected from Westgate over to Win Boston then?
Yeah, so I was working at Westgate, and a third-party recruiter had reached out to me and said, we really need help in Boston. We're opening up a property there. I think I was approached in August, and they were opening up property next June. And the technology project side of the project was falling behind. And so I came in and righted the ship and had, as our CEO commented, the best technology opening that Win's ever had.
Okay, so you were involved. That was my next question in the opening of that one, because that's not a small undertaking by any means.
Correct.
Especially if coming in late in the game.
Yep.
So you had what, 8 months to
Yeah, it was about 9 months, and I would tell you there were probably about 6 months behind and over budget. That was one of the themes that when I worked at Harrah's and Pinnacle Entertainment, I had opened 10 plus properties from scratch. So that's kind of, I'm very good at building teams and managing budgets and selecting the right technology.
So your role now then, does it encompass the gaming floor as well? More from an architecture standpoint, I guess, but not necessarily operating the systems themselves?
All of it. So all the support of the gaming systems, point of sale systems, hotel systems, support, architecture, upgrades, strategy is in a summary what I do.
Okay, and you're for North America, brick and mortar.
Yep.
Online, I'm told that you're not involved in that side of the business then.
Yep.
And then do you have a counterpart then on the international side?
Yeah, so I have a counterpart in Win Macau. He's the CIO there.
And do you know who that individual reports up to?
He reports to the president in Macau, I believe.
Okay, and you're reporting to Craig Billings?
Yeah, I report to Craig Billings, who's the CFO and the president of WinBet.
And within your team, I think I saw 9 direct reports, give or take.
Yep.
And then how big is your organization?
Yep. So in Las Vegas, we have about 125 full-time employees. And at any one time, we may have up to 30 contractors working.
And then in Boston?
And then Boston, there's roughly 12 to 15 people there on site.
All under your remit?
Yeah, so they report up to the executive director, and they have a dotted line to me here at Wynn Resorts.
Understood. But they're still part of your IT organization then?
Yeah, just not directly. They report to the president of that property and then they have a dotted line to me for all the technology.
All the technology side and make sure that you got proper support over there as well.
Yep.
Okay, otherwise that's gonna be on you.
Yep.
Okay, understood. I don't think I have any other questions with regard to your background. So I appreciate the exchange here today.
Thank you.
Hi, good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you.
So congratulations on all your awards and successes, and congratulations to your daughter for being a Vaccine Vet Days winner. That's amazing.
Thank you.
I don't have any, super substantive questions, but I did want to know more, if you're willing to share, about your work with diversity and technology.
Yeah, so funny enough, so when I first moved to Vegas, I didn't know anybody. And so I had some friends of mine who said, hey, come to this Technology for Diversity event. So I went for a couple of years, and then one year, I didn't realize I was standing next to the person that oversees it, one of the board members, and I'm like, this is not good, like the process, da 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 da. And she's like, okay. Well, the next week I got a call and said, hey, we want you to join our board as the vice president. And this is something I love to do. And so this Technology for Diversity, we focus on, we go out and do fundraisers, and then we get requests from companies called Tech Impact. I don't know if you've ever heard of that, but Tech Impact is a trade school that if you can't afford to go to college, or maybe you don't want to focus on math and algebra and all that other stuff, but you want a career in IT, if you're in the ages between, I think it's 18 and 25, you can put an application in for Tech Impact, and it's a free class. I think it's a boot camp class for, I think it's 4 months. And then you come out of there and you're certified, and then you can get a job, but it's no cost to you. So that's really focusing on the people that can't afford the education, but want a career in technology. And that's really kind of my story. I grew up in a small town outside of Chicago. College wasn't one of those things that was preached. You did manual labor at the factory, or you were a carpenter, and I've always wanted to go IT, and so that's how I progressed through my career. And so we also supported Project 150, which if you're familiar with that, it's an organization here. It's a charitable organization. They were founded because there were 150 homeless kids in high school, and these 150 kids go to school homeless and get up and go to school every single day. And that resonated to me because my dad was an orphan, and so we distributed funds to them, as well as other charitable organizations that have children or in a focus on technology.
Are you still involved with that organization?
No,
at all?
I resigned in early 2020 because I was living in Boston, and then the organization has not done anything yet because due to COVID. They have asked me to rejoin the board as the president, and I'm considering it once we see how COVID runs for the next 6-9 months.
Okay, thank you for that. I appreciate you sharing.
No problem.
So, Mr. Stump, you entered this process. You accepted this position as a key executive, understanding that you would, at some point potentially be called forward for a public discussion of your background.
Yep.
And so there's one item that I just can't let go.
Okay.
So let's have a conversation about that quickly. If
Sure.
Your disciplinary notice, Boston Harbor, July 23rd, 2019, you signed it. And I'll just excerpt. Astoundingly poor judgment was attributed to you. It's also clear from our investigation in this matter that you were not forthright in your interview. Going forward, in the same document, the company states we expect that you will be honest at all times. What do you have to say to that?
Yeah, so I would say during the investigation, I believe I was forthright and honest. That was a third-party investigator. Anything that was asked of me, I provided everything, and I provided my account of that night, and it just didn't line up with the accuser. And so, I'm an honest individual. I've never had any acquisitions of anything. So, at the end of the day, I was honest as I could, and I think it just didn't line up with the investigator determined.
Please.
Do you have any comment to the formal disciplinary notices? Comment that you used astoundingly poor judgment?
I don't think it was poor judgment. The part of the investigation report stated that I actually did not violate any company policy. I was accused of making a couple of comments, which I think were taken out of context, and that I did not say it in that way that was phrased.
What do you have to say with regard to the exchange of text messages?
Yeah, so there were nothing improper about the text messages with the employee. It was all professional. It wasn't anything that I would consider improper, or there was no sexual communication of any kind. It was more, I would tell you, working in the gaming industry for 28 years. I met my wife in the gaming industry, including my ex-wife. I've met some of my best friends in working in gaming. And so when I moved to Boston and just started meeting people, is mostly on a work environment.
Okay, and what do you say to the fact that she was a junior level employee?
Yeah, I just considered it a coworker. I didn't say, I didn't consider it as, hey, she's a line level and I'm an executive. I don't view myself as that. I view myself as a coworker with our teams.
But that might present an issue, right? Especially in this context. And are you saying that you still believe that?
No, I mean, I understand we have no policy at WIN that states that you can't have social relationships with people. Obviously, if they're sexual in nature, you have to report that. And this was never a sexual relationship at all. It was a social relationship. And I think, going back, if I could change it, I would. I would not have communicated with a line level employee, but I can't change the past.
Okay, so are you saying that you understand now that there's a difference between the power dynamic and that your
Yes.
relationship with the junior
Yes.
employee?
Yep.
Okay.
Charles?
I didn't have questions.
So what are your thoughts on this?
My thoughts are that, I would hope that you now, and you seem to acknowledge that you now understand that there is an issue of concern with regard to, the power and different levels of relationships between senior and junior personnel. You seem to indicate momentarily that you didn't understand that, but I understand what you're trying to communicate in that, you have a social relationship with other employees and you don't look at them as if they're underlings. And I can appreciate that, but in some sense, you have to understand, that power dynamic. And I think that you are acknowledging that you do understand that. And I hope that moving forward, that if you were to be granted, this application were to be approved or recommended for approval, that you would take that with you in your daily actions and interactions, that understand.
Yes, I have. It's definitely a lesson learned.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So third party or not, you understand that companies may use third parties as a matter of course.
Yep.
Investigations. It's on their letterhead though, the company's letterhead.
Yep.
Right. So this may as well be their document. This is their document.
Yep.
Effectively. Okay. Well, I mean, let's just say that going forward, this company in particular is rebuilding its image. It's done a fine job. They have a new CEO. And it would be incredibly damaging if you were to do something like this that would lead to an action like this. And in addition, I would say that if we see you back or we hear about this, we'll call you forward.
Okay.
And things will be very different going forward.
Right. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Do we want to do it? Just what are your thoughts on just push it through all the way, or?
Yeah.
expectations are okay?
Yeah, I'm comfortable moving forward with this.
Okay, all right, well, I'll take a motion.
Okay. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item. Oh, are we on 4 or 5? Sorry.
4.
Four. Item number 4, as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's go on to number 5, please.
Non-restricted number 5 is the application of United Coin Machine Company doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at Castaways Hotel and Casino for a non-restricted gaming license.
Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Casares, Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary. My name for the record is Deborah Cornine. I am the Director of Compliance for Century Gaming Technologies. The application before you today is another, what we refer to as a one-day operation to continue the grandfather for the non-restricted gaming at the property formerly known as the Castaways Hotel and Casino. I can answer any questions you have regarding our operations. It's a standard operation, same thing we do pretty much every single time.
Let me just get on the record quickly. Senior Dag Psalms, you've reviewed this item, and as far as your legal opinion, is it legally sound?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I have reviewed this, and my office has previously concluded that this particular location falls within the grandfather provisions of NRS 463.1605.
Okay. Well, that's all. That was my only question. That was it. So I'll stop. Give it to my colleagues to ask additional questions.
If Senior Dag Psalms is happy, I'm happy as well.
Great.
This is the 9th time we're going around this.
This will be the 9th operation, yes.
I feel similarly. However, I do have one thing I'd like to get on the record. Could you talk about your plans for COVID risk mitigation?
Yes. Century Gaming Technologies is fully supported 100%, following all of the guidelines as prescribed, by the governor's directive. And currently within our own building and everywhere, we are all compliant with the mask mandate, and we have been continually, regardless of vaccination levels. So we will use the same protocol. This will be done within a trailer, fairly confined space. So we will pay attention. I don't anticipate there'll be any social distancing issues or anything with regard to that because it's not very, highly publicized operation. We will, of course, use sanitation protocol for the games, which we do in all our properties. Matter of fact, we have a very unique system where a button comes on and says, Clean Machine. It's a really good system that we use in all of our properties. And with regard to that, we will make sure that these machines are hand sanitized if anybody does use them after each use. We will have sanitizer on property, and a mask mandate sign will be posted on the outdoors, on the outside of the building, so that there's no question about the fact that you cannot enter this small confined trailer without a mask. And that's pretty much how we plan to handle the day.
Thank you. I appreciate that information being put on the record.
Okay, are you satisfied?
I am satisfied.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure my colleagues are satisfied. So with that, I'd ask for a motion.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to the condition that the location is limited to the operation of slot machines.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank
for appearing.
you. Appreciate it.
Okay, let's go on to number.
Non-restricted number 6 is the application of Leisure Gaming Inc. to add, remove, or modify a condition. Is also the applications of Leisure Gaming Inc. doing business as Leisure Gaming SRO, doing business at Love's Casino Ely, Love's Casino Fernley, and Love's Casino Wells for non-restricted gaming license at each location, and for Ryan Lee Albright for licensure as a key employee at each location.
Welcome.
Yeah, good to see you all. Good to be here. Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me online is Ryan Albright. Want to thank you for allowing him to appear at Carson City today. We really appreciate it. And with your permission, I'm going to have Ryan tell you a little bit about himself and then his plans for the locations and open it up to questions.
Okay, please. Welcome, Mr. Albright.
Thank you.
Albright.
Thank you, Chairman Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. It's an honor to be here this morning. And a little background on me and my history. I'm 47 years old. I was born and raised in Reno, Nevada. I've been happily married for 23 years. We have 2 children, a 20-year-old son and an 18-year-old daughter. Amazingly, my wife and I are recently empty nesters, as my son has moved into the dorms at UNR and our daughter just headed off to Utah State for her freshman year. Something very unique about me is that I was born without my left arm below the elbow. It has obviously created some unique challenges for me in my life, particularly in my childhood. But with my parents' strong encouragement and support, I've been able to do anything I've set my mind to. And I feel that having one arm has helped give me the strength and positive attitude that makes me who I am today. I got the opportunity to become a partner in leisure gaming in 1998 when my father sold my brother and myself a 2.5% interest in the company. And I went through the licensing process for the first time at that time. I had recently graduated from UNR with an accounting degree, and I was working at Grant Thornton. I was actually doing some gaming internal audits and things of that nature. So my involvement with leisure gaming at the time was minimal. I went on to get my CPA license, but quickly retired it. I figured out public accounting was not for me. And my wife and I moved to Tennessee for an opportunity to get involved in the log home development, Gatlinburg, Tennessee. I oversaw the development and got my real estate license and broker's license. And I ended up selling most of the cabins in that community. We were there for about 6 years. It was an incredible experience, and I learned a lot in a short period of time and grew up very fast. We moved back to Reno in 2006, and I worked for the developer in Montreux for 2 years. But when Leisure Gaming had to let go its current GM in 2008, it was suggested by our partners that I consider stepping into that position. And I did, and I've remained in that position for the last 13 years. In that time, I've learned a tremendous amount about the gaming industry, particularly from my father, who has been in the industry for over 40 years. A little history on leisure gaming. Leisure gaming began in 1993 with 1 small casino and 30 slot machines in the Pilot Travel Center in Fernley, Nevada. We are a small family-owned company, and the founding partners, including my father, are all in their 70s and 80s, and they have extensive gaming experience going back to the Riverboat, the Comstock, and the Count Neva in the 70s and 80s in Reno. They remain involved with the company and have been incredible mentors for me, and they get involved in any important decisions that we make. In the late 90s, we slowly started to pick up additional slots-only properties along Interstate 80, and we currently have 6 locations. 4 of the 6 locations are in Pilot Travel Centers that are in Fernley, Winnemucca, Carlin, and Wendover, and they range in size from 60 slot machines to 90 slot machines. The 2 other locations are smaller in size, between 40 and 50 slots only properties, and they are not open 24 hours and are located next to Wingers Bars and Grill and in Winnemucca and Elko. All of our existing properties are on Interstate 80, in northern Nevada, which makes them easier to operate and manage. With regard to the potential for adding these 3 new locations in Love's Truck Stops, we have been talking to the current owner of these properties, Bill Rodriguez, about the possibility of purchasing them for the last 12 years. And in the end, he was not quite ready to sell them until now. We are very excited about the opportunity to operate them because 2 of the 3 properties are located on Interstate 80, which is right in our sweet spot. They are of very similar size to the properties we have operated for a long time. And over the last 28 years, we learned a lot about what it takes to run small slots-only casinos in truck stops in northern Nevada. Currently, these locations do not have a slot system. They use Easy Pay, and we will be installing Konami Synchros, the Konami Synchro slot system, which is what we currently use at our 6 locations. This will allow us to create a database and install the marketing and reinvestment programs that we currently use at our existing properties. It will likely take some time, but with this slot system and our experience in this arena, we feel confident that we will be able to take these locations to the next level, and we are very excited for the challenge.
Okay. Is that all you have for now?
That's all I have. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for that. That was a helpful overview, especially the sort of mention of the corridor, the thoroughfare there. That was helpful to me. So one of the questions that I've had and others have had as well is your ability to oversee this number. So 9 total, 6 now, you're adding 3. We're seeing 9 total operations. Tell us about your concerns or your confidence in your ability to do so.
Well, it's you know, it obviously grows us by 50%. It's a big undertaking. As we've slowly grown over the last 20 years, we've developed a structure within our company of communication. Each of our 6 properties has a manager. That casino manager reports directly to me. And so I'm in regular communication with them. I travel up Interstate 80 on a regular basis, and I feel that we will have the ability to take on these 3 locations. Another thing that we're doing is some existing managers at our properties that have the most experience with us are going to step into a little bit more of a regional role, where they will be a first the first point of contact for the new managers of the new properties. And that will, I feel comfortable with that. They will then report directly to me. Obviously, I'll still be available for them as well. But these managers that will be in a regional role will be much closer to these new properties than I am, based out of Reno. And they can get there in an hour or so drive and give me a lot of help. So we're going to get a little bit more layering to our company and more structure that I think will allow us to pick up these 3 properties more easily.
Okay. Thank you for responding to that question. That's all I have for now. I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Morning, Mr. Albright.
Morning.
Morning.
I appreciate the overview as well. I was really somewhat smiling when I was reading the report the past couple of weeks, just to see a small local company continuing to grow. Also reading a little bit about your background. I know we only did a cursory investigation for this one, given that you've been licensed before. I've actually had the pleasure of visiting every one of your locations that are the pilots, as well as presumably the Loves as well, except for the Ely one. I know that's Highway 80 route very well. Frankly, I used to be an auditor in Northern Nevada. I've been in Reno almost 25 years now as well, but I used to be a gaming auditor. So I traveled that road quite frequently back then. And a regular stop was the pilot locations,
Great.
not to mention some of the clubs as well. Um, some of the questions I had too was really around your duties right now. You mentioned your children are gone. You and your wife are empty nesters. It sounds like your wife's probably an empty nester now because you're going to be on the road even more so.
Yeah, you're right about that.
And so how do we, I mean, I understand you've got regular communication with your casino manager you're mentioning. I think the layering of the system that you will introduce into the new properties would be helpful as well. You said you run Synchros already at the 6. You'll then roll that out at the 3 is your plan.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll have one club for the whole enterprise of the 9 properties.
One card. Yeah, it's a one card system, which is really beneficial to us, particularly with the truckers.
The new locations are slots only, right?
They're all slots only. Yeah, and they're all small. Like I said, they're all, our smallest property currently is 44 machines. Our largest is 92. And they're slots only. There's no food and beverage. There's no hotel. There's no other components that most properties have. It's just slots. We have between 5 and 7 employees per location, and majority of them are part-time cashiers. So it's not as big of an animal as it might appear when you start talking about 6 to 9 properties.
Understood. You mentioned employees. With the new property, were you looking to retain the same employees that are already there now?
Yes, sir. We've spoken to all of the managers, and they have expressed their intention to stay with us, as well as the cashiers currently at the properties. I think that obviously we're going to be changing the way they do things pretty dramatically with the new system and a new way of providing customer service and a clean casino and lots of things that we expect out of our cashiers and our managers. I feel that majority of them, if not all of them, will come on board, but we'll see what happens.
And do you think with your expertise and the experience that you've had and the success that you've had with your other properties that you're going to be able to then increase revenues incrementally at the new properties?
I do. Currently, the current owner, Mr. Rodriguez, has shared his numbers with us, and they are significantly less than our equivalent properties. I think primarily because he doesn't have a slot system, so he can't market. He can't provide reinvestment programs to his customers. He can't do the things that are really needed in today's world to succeed, whether you're a small casino in a truck stop or a huge casino on the strip. And by implementing our system, we're confident that we will increase their numbers. It's going to take some time. It doesn't happen overnight. These properties have been around a long time, and it'll take a while to reintroduce ourselves as a different property to customers, but we feel confident we'll be able to bring them up closer to a level of our existing properties.
Okay, yeah, I can understand that you're going to have to educate your patrons that are coming through, because as I imagine, your pilots as well as the loves, those are going to be primarily drive traffic, but there's a lot of that is recurring drive traffic. Is that accurate?
It's interesting. We ran Easy Pay until the summer of 2016, and throughout the 2000s, we did incredibly well without much of a marketing program at all. And I think that for most of our existence, without that marketing program, without that slot system, we were not able to truly market to locals, each one of the little towns that we're in up here. And things changed when we got the Synchro system in 2016. So now we have a fairly even mix, if not at some of our properties, more local play than traveler and trucker play. And it's because of not only what we do with our slot mix and staying on top of the best slot machines, but also the reinvestment program that we have. We've been able to build loyalty with locals, and that's just a very large part of our play.
No, it's interesting. I would have thought it was a significant percentage of your business would be dry, but you're saying you've got a heavy presence with locals as well. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Well, look, these questions aren't going towards anything other than trying to gain a better understanding of your operation. Again, I was pleasantly surprised to read your report and see how you guys are growing. I personally don't have a concern. I'll share my view on that. With respect to the additional 3, I will say that we are getting to a number, though, in my head where there would be a certain point where I would be comfortable with having one individual over all of those properties.
Understood.
I'll just say at this point in time, given what we have before us, slot only operations, I don't want to say limited number of machines. You got a pretty good footprint between the 9 different properties there you will have. But all that, taking all that into account, I don't have a concern, but I did want to have an exchange with you and understanding your operations there. One last question, if you don't mind sharing, don't feel you need to share anything that's confidential, but as far as your carded play versus non-carded play, would you be able to put a figure on that or a percentage on that?
Yes, I can. At our 2 Roadhouse casinos, which are not in the in the truck stops, and they're not 24 hours, they're very heavy locally based. The carded play, because it's mostly local play, locals have the propensity to get a card. That our carded play at those locations is between 65 and 80%. At the pilot truck stops, truckers tend to be pretty averse to a card. They have a concern over being tracked. They are concerned in some cases that we might share how much they're playing with their employer. There's all sorts of different concerns that truckers seem to have. And so it's been pretty hard to get a card in their hand. We could offer them the moon and they think they'd say no to a card. So at our pilot properties, the carded play is closer to about 40-45%. We work every day to try to increase that. But at a few of our properties, we've gotten above 50 to around 55, 60. It did seem to drop off after the shutdown. I'm not sure what caused that, but it's slowly coming back up again.
Okay, well, thank you for that. Thank you, Mr. Albright. Mr. Gottwald, appreciate it. Chair Gibson, I didn't have anything further.
Thank you.
Good morning to you both. Beyond what my colleagues have already asked, I don't have any additional questions or concerns, but I do appreciate you sharing your obstacles and triumphs. It was nice to hear, so thank you for sharing that.
My pleasure.
That's all I have.
Okay. With that, let's look at this. We've got amendment of a condition. Okay. I'd ask for a motion.
So I'd like to take the first application separately. Is there any issue? I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6's application to add, remove, or modify a condition to the license. Modifying the condition related to the number of locations Leisure Gaming Inc.'s general manager can supervise from 8 to 9. The new condition would be as follows. Upon the addition or removal of any general manager position, a new organization chart must be submitted and administratively approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Further, no general manager may supervise more than 9 locations without administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
All right, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
Okay, I'd also like to take the other applications in this motion. I move to recommend approval of the applications for non-restricted gaming licenses and applications for licensure as a key employee subject to the following conditions. As to the Love's Casino Ely location, the Love's Casino Fernley location, and the Love's Casino Wells location, the surveillance system must be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. Additionally, as to the Ely location, the number of slot machines is limited to 40, and the number may not be increased without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. And finally, as to the Fernley and Wells location, the number of slot machines is limited to 50, and the number may not be increased without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee.
Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Special thanks to Agent Prajak. I understand she's leaving the board and moving to Missouri, so I wish her the best. I know she's there.
Very much.
She was a pleasure to work with and very professional, and wish we could have worked with her more.
Thank you.
Thank you for appearing. Good luck to you. Okay, we have one item left. Yeah. All right.
You can go, Ryan. We're on to the next one.
Thank you, Dennis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck. We have one item left. I want to take a 2-minute break before we hit that one. We'll start our restricted agenda at 1 o'clock.
Yeah, I still believe that. My high school year. I tell people, I'm walking down the street. All sides of me, it's not on the blue. Earth cracks are going to get swallowed up. It's a clear day, and I think people play lightning. I said, that's not being unlucky. That's the odds balancing out.
Okay. Let's come back to order, please. We'll go on to our final non-restricted restricted item, Madam Secretary.
Next item is non-restricted number 7, which is for board consideration only and is the application of Ardea Giovanna Capana Rotoli for temporary registration as administrator of the estate of Scott Cruz Canepa, as noted on the agenda.
Okay.
Hello, Dennis Gutwald with the law firm of McDonald Carano. With me is Ardea Canepa Rotoli, And with your permission, I'm going to have her tell you a little bit about herself, and then we'll open up for questions.
Thank you. Welcome, Ms. Canepa Rotoli.
Thank you. Nothing about my name is easy. Um, Good morning, Chairman and members of the board. I really appreciate you guys letting me appear here in Carson. To just give you a little background about myself, I'm a fourth generation native Nevadan, born and raised in Reno. I graduated from UNR with a dual major in marketing and management and minor in speech communications. I then went on to law school down in San Diego at Cal Western and did their 2-year fast track program. So I was able to graduate law school and get my California and Nevada bar in the 3 years that I would have had to do if I would have done a normal 3-year program. After law school, I came back from San Diego, came back to Reno, and joined the law firm of Robert C. Maddox and Associates. And then I made a managing partner in 2014 and have been a managing partner in the law firm of Maddox, Cypher Bloom and Canepa since then. I'm here today before you because my cousin Scott Canepa passed away December 30th, 2020. Scott was really like a brother to me. He and I were both only children, so although we were cousins, we were very close. He was also the godfather to my 4-year-old daughter. And I was appointed the personal representative and administrator of his estate. And so I am here before you today to go through this process as the personal representative and administrator of his estate because he had a minority interest in Hard Rock Tahoe. So thank you for your consideration.
So, Mr. Gutwald, what are the limitations surrounding this temporary registration?
You know, what, just for until she determines what she's going to do with it, you know, you will, I anticipate, put some sort of limitation on the time that for the approval. A couple of years would be great if we could have that. And then she'll determine that the only thing that's stopping her right now is the actual processing of probate in the court process with that. And I think it'll occur fairly quickly.
Okay, thank you. We'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Please.
I didn't have any questions on this item, Mr. Gutwald. Is it Canepa or Canepa Rotoli?
Canepa Rotoli.
Canepa Rotoli. My condolences on the passing of your cousin. Sorry to hear about that for you. I didn't have any concerns with this item though, so I'm happy to support it.
Thanks.
I don't have any questions on this item either. Just also want to offer my condolences about the loss of your cousin. Yeah, I fully support the application.
Okay, with that, I would ask for a motion.
I move to approve non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to the condition that temporary registration expire at midnight of the day of the September 2023 Nevada Gaming Board meeting is held.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
Thank
Thank you very much.
Thanks to Agent Osborne. She was a pleasure to work with as well.
Thank you for appearing. Good luck to you.
Thank you all for your time.
That finishes our non-restricted agenda. We'll come back at 1 o'clock to take up our restricted items and several other items. Okay, we are live. Welcome back. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with the items on our restricted consent agenda. There were no questions or issues with these items and no appearances were required.
The items on restricted consent this morning are restricted number 2, which is the application of Best Bet Products, Inc., doing business as the Grill Room for restricted gaming license. Restricted 3 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Dottie's number 209 for restricted gaming license. Restricted 5 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Rhinestones Country Bar and Dance Hall for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted 6 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Rhinestones Deli and Slot House for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. Restricted items 7 through 11 are the applications of United Coin Machine Company, doing business as Century Gaming Technologies, doing business at the following locations for restricted gaming license. Restricted 7, Washoe Camp. Restricted 8, Circle K store number 2709532. Restricted 9, 7-Eleven store number 38394. Restricted 10, Zippy Mart. And restricted 11, DAT. Restricted number 13 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Stakeout Bar and Grill for restricted gaming license. And restricted 14 is the application of Sartini Gaming LLC, doing business at Roundhouse Saloon for restricted gaming license.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary. Would either of my colleagues like to discuss any of these items or hold any of them out?
I don't need any discussion.
I don't need any discussion either.
Would one of you please make a motion?
Certainly, I am prepared to do so. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted agenda items numbers 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13, and 14 as read into the record by Secretary Bell with conditions to apply as follows. For item number 2, a key employee application must be filed within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change in the person occupying that position. For items 5 and 6, the waiver of the provisions of NGC Regulation 4080 in conjunction with the approval granted in March 2021 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled NGC meeting in March 2022. And lastly, for item 8, the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsouros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. For those of you following along, that leaves us with restricted items number 1, 4, 12, and then some additional items, the gaming device, some regulations, and a player dispute. So let's get started. Let's go to restricted 1, please.
Restricted number 1 are the applications of Ham Dogs Inc. for a transfer of interest and Gregor Sibalian for licensure as an officer, director, and shareholder.
Okay. Do we have any appearances?
Hello.
Hello. Please state your name for the record. I'd ask IT to please.
I'm Gregory Sayabalian.
And
Welcome.
Lawrence Samuels.
Okay, welcome very much. So tell us about your item, about this application and yourselves,
yeah,
please.
I'm applying to purchase the 75% from Mr. Dustin Mills of Ham Dogs Incorporated. I am a previous owner and found out that they would be closing the restaurant because of the COVID. And so I took the steps to contact Mr. Mills in Michigan to negotiate a purchase.
Okay. Does your colleague have anything further to add?
Not really.
No, he's been.
I've been running it for the last 2 years. So.
Okay. All right. Well, I think we're going to have some questions here, and so I'll turn it over to my colleagues to start that discussion.
Certainly. I didn't hear. Is Mr. Mills on as well? Is that who I see on the screen?
Yes.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah. Could you say your name for the record?
My name is Dustin Mills, 75% owner of Ham Dogs Incorporated.
Okay. Well, yeah, as Chair Gibson alluded to, I did want to have a discussion with regards to what transpired over the last few years in terms of, well, some areas of concern that were addressed in our report. It seemed that we had some changes in officers' positions taking place without proper approval. So let's start with that. Why don't you tell us what happened?
Are you talking to me, sir?
Well, I probably would address it to you or Mr. Samuels, yes.
Okay. I mean, really what it boils down to is I was not really in a place mentally or physically to be able to run the business on time. The 6 to 8 months that, I mean, well, really, Mr. Samuels needed access to banking to be able to run the business, to be able to make payroll and pay vendors and do transfers and whatnot. And for some reason, our bank was unable to get us the paperwork. I was also, like I said, in a place where I just wasn't mentally or physically able to really help much with the business. So, it was just a matter of really the changes that were done were meant to be temporary and were meant to just get the banking prerequisites, to be able to get done what Larry needed to be done. And then everything was just, going to be, switched back. And once COVID hit, to be honest, the last thing we were thinking about was compliance. I mean, we were putting out fires. I was dealing with the landlord trying to sue me. I was dealing with, Larry was there trying to keep employees there, trying to figure out what to do with the business, the last thing that we thought about was this. It was really when I was going to close the business that, we started kind of looking, through all the checklists of things. And when Greg, was thinking about buying everything, we kind of realized like, oh, well, once we realized we were out of compliance, we did everything we could to get back into compliance is really what it comes down to.
Mr. Mills, could you quit moving around? You're kind of disorienting right now and you're getting pixelated every time. Okay. You kind of summarized everything in my head in one sentence, which is compliance was the last thing on our mind, which as a gaming licensee, it should probably be your first thing on your mind. This all predated COVID as well, by the way. Some of these changes that you had, you changed the officer's position. You should have obviously come before this board when you originally got licensed. You understood you were licensed in your individual capacities as president, secretary, treasurer, director, etc. That was, of course, incumbent upon you to come back before the board in order to make this happen again. You didn't do that. This predated COVID. I get that some people want to use COVID sometimes, and it's rightly so. It's screwed up our complete landscape right now. I get it. But you're talking about something that you were just too busy to pay attention to our rules. That's basically what you're saying here. Now, I get the fact that you're saying you were really busy or in a good place or not, but the reality is what you did here was done without proper approval, and that's why we're addressing it right now. Some of the other issues that you had as well was it updating your stock certificates to bring them into, well, I can't recall what that item was. You never updated them accordingly, basically is what I summarize at my notes here. I want to know, did you guys ever transfer any interest at any time to each other, or were these simply the officer positions?
I don't understand the question.
You own 75% right now?
Yes.
You were originally licensed as a 75% owner. Did you ever transfer at any time any of your ownership from the original amount that you were licensed to hold to anybody?
No.
Okay.
I don't even know how that would happen.
You don't know how that would happen? It would happen the exact same way that you change your officer position. You just do it, not tell us, and then actually back into it. You just recapture that. It happens all the time to get transfers without getting proper approval. So.
Doesn't gaming?
your phone-
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
No, never.
Gaming would be required to be notified. We'd have to approve that transaction, same as we would with your officer positions.
Got it.
So that's not-
I never even knew that was possible, but okay. I
So-
understand. No, I have always had my 75%.
Okay.
It has never left my, I guess, ownership.
And so right now, what you're doing is trying to sell your 75% interest over to Mr. Sabalian,
Close.
correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And then in that case, Mr. Samuels will still have 25% as well.
Yes.
Okay, no other third parties involved in the ownership?
No.
Okay, we did do a background investigation of Mr. Sayabalian. And I will note, he came back with a clean record. I will note, he was licensed as well before numerous years ago. I think he mentioned that in his opening. So there's no concerns from his background perspective, but I do take concern with the fact that Mr. Samuels is involved still. And I just want to make sure that he's not going to take the same approach in stating that compliance is the last thing on our mind here. So Mr. Samuels, if you will.
Yes.
No. In terms of your understanding of the filings that occurred with the Secretary of State, were those handled by yourself or Mr. Milt?
It was handled by my accountant, our accountant.
Okay. So at whose direction?
At both of our direction.
Okay. So understand that compliance shouldn't be the last thing on your mind, correct?
No. Yeah, no. The compliance is the first thing on my mind. I just had no idea that I needed to do that.
Okay. Understood. Mr.
I do now.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Gregory, how do you say your last name?
Sayabalian.
Sayabalian. Thank you. I appreciate
Call
that.
me Greg is fine.
Okay, well, I'll call you Mr. Sayabalian. No problem.
Okay.
You've got a strong understanding of our regulations.
Absolutely. 100%. I know gaming is first before anything. It's my first thing I'll be doing if I get approved.
How long were you involved in the ownership of this location prior to your disposition?
Well, it opened in '94. My wife was one of the original owners with Dustin's stepmother. So the two women opened the business together. I was there, but opening other businesses at the time. And so my position would just be coming in and out and helping the girls wherever needed. And then I got my own license and ended up divorcing my wife in 2013 and moving on.
Okay, so
Selling out
nearly
selling to Mr.
nearly
Mills.
20 years then. You're involved
yeah.
with the operation. Yeah. Okay.
94. So, yeah.
Well, like I said, our background investigation did not turn up any areas of concern for us. We look very clean. So I don't have a problem supporting this application. I do just want to caution you, Mr. Samuels, that obviously you need to ensure that you're familiar with the regulations that we have, what you need to comply with. But I understand you'll probably be leaning on your partner quite a bit in the future, should this go favorably for you. Okay.
Yeah, this is where I step in and do all the paperwork and make sure all that. Larry's the best cook in town, I'll tell you that, but I can take care of
I'm sorry?
Say Larry is the best cook in the area, but I take care of all the paperwork.
Okay.
I will be taking care of all that, so it'll be in my hands.
All right. And with that, Chair Gibson, I didn't have anything further.
Okay. And so you, if I can ask you both, you have an extensive menu. Is the restaurant primarily, or?
Oh, yeah.
Tell me
Very
how this-
expensive menu, breakfast, lunch, dinner, open pit steaks, filet mignon. Like I said, Larry's the best cook in the area, so we have a very good reputation for our food.
Right. Well, I asked the question just so that we can ascertain whether or not you need gaming. You've shown, I mean, that this business has shown just an absolute disregard for compliance. So I'm glad you have food. So with that, I would turn it over to, I'd ask my colleague, Mr. Watkins, to please.
Hi, good afternoon. So I have similar concerns as my colleagues. So one of the issues was related to the stock certificate. Review of your stock certificates and corporate ledgers still lists Mills as the 100% owner of Ham Dogs. Is that correct?
Yes, it's on the stock certificate now.
So when are you planning on getting that updated?
Well, I was going to do it all at once. If I got approved, I would issue the proper stock certificates to the proper people. Have that done, I should say. We were good.
And
If
so
we
the
did it,
excellent.
oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
If I could just say something here. Gregory and I were previous owners. Greg is the one who handled all of these things. I'm, the one that honestly had no idea what a stock certificate even was. I hire lawyers. Lawyers tell me to sign paperwork, and that it was all done. So this is just another thing of, Ham Dogs being in better hands out of my hands. So yeah, this can be rectified, whatever steps need to be done, and, I can, work to get those done, or I can work with Greg if needed, or Greg is more than capable to handle all of these compliance issues and things in the past, because, he's also the person that I was leaning on before.
So, Mr. Mills, while I appreciate your candor, I also find it very surprising, honestly. If you didn't know what a stock certificate was, then perhaps you should not have been in that position.
Which is why I'm trying to get rid of it.
And I understand that, but we still have past inaccuracies of stock certificates to reconcile with or to deal with today. So I understand that you're leaving the position, and you seem to take a very nonchalant kind of attitude or approach to this whole process, which seems a bit disrespectful. And if, go ahead.
I apologize if that's the impression that I'm giving. It isn't that I don't care. It's that the past 5 years, I've been on a roller coaster of bankruptcy and business issues. And I have closed Ham Dogs Reno. I have come close to closing these. I have come close to divorce twice. I can only handle so much as a human, and I'm just done with this business. I am trying to move into a field where compliance is actually more important than it is in gaming, if that's believable or not. So I do currently understand the importance of these issues. I just did not before. And, whatever I can do to rectify the compliance issue, I am 100% on board, and I will do everything that I can. For me, this business is a representation of all of my failures in life. And it is that I can't be more honest with you.
Again, like I said, I do appreciate the honesty, and I surely do empathize with you in all of the hard times you have had over the last several years. I'm very, very sorry to hear that. Again, though, we are tasked with the strict regulation of the gaming industry, and that requires strict compliance among our licensees. And so the quicker we can, get the stock certificates to accurately reflect the interest held by the members, then the better. Yeah, so I guess, one of my issues was just that it seemed from the explanations, not only the explanations from yourself, but also from Mr. Samuels that were provided to our staff, that you all seem not to take this process very seriously. So, I mean, that was a area of concern to me, because if, your past behavior is, um, an indicator of your future behavior, then it shows, to at least to some extent, that you may not take this process seriously in the future, or compliance seriously in the future. Um, I do understand that you went through a hard time, and I understand that, you will no longer, you won't have anything to do with the business at all moving forward. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'll call him Greg. So Greg will be, moving forward, and hopefully, Greg has a stronger, or is more serious about compliance than what you all have represented in the past, because I don't think it was just you. As I said, Mr. Samuel's explanation seemed to, well, this is what happened, so what? That's kind of how I took the explanation. That's kind of how I read it. And, so I just, if you're approved today, then I just hope that, not you, but the other two gentlemen, hope that you will take this process more seriously in the future. And I do believe that Greg deserves an opportunity to try to right the things that are wrong.
I'll get on it right away.
As we look at this, so Mr. Mills is out, right? I mean, that's essentially what we're talking about here. Mr. Samuels, I mean, you bear some, or a substantial responsibility for what's happened. It's like a group project, right? I mean, if you're in a group project, like think back to your school days, and you sense that someone's not doing their part, you step in if you're responsible. And I don't see any evidence that you stepped in or attempted to. And I think you should have. So I can't put my faith in you, and so I'm left with Mr. Sayabalan, and hopefully we can put some controls around this license going forward. If we do recommend for approval, that will give us some comfort about your willingness and ability to comply.
Understandable.
I didn't have any further comments. Go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Mills, if you had some.
No, I was going to say that, wasn't necessarily true about Larry. Larry did step in when needed. He does not know the compliance issues because I don't know them and I wasn't there to teach him. Greg is there to teach him. When the business was failing, Larry did step in to do everything that he knew how to do and seeked as much help as he could to keep the business afloat. And I believe that with Greg's guidance and this experience, of course, he will learn the importance and the procedures for these kind of things. And he absolutely will take them to heart as a business owner. So,
okay. Well, look, from a personal standpoint, I hope everything goes well with you, Mr. Mills. And in terms of this application, as I mentioned, I think, or I alluded to, I don't have a concern with supporting this application, but it's something we need to discuss on the record when somebody, is not able to comply and then straight away says compliance is the last thing on our mind. That just raises red flags. So, but understandably so, that seems as if this might not be your focus in life, and perhaps maybe it's a good thing for you. So I wish you well with whatever your future endeavors are here. And again, as I mentioned, I'm happy to move forward with supporting this application.
Thank you.
Yeah. So as I suggested before, I'm able to move forward with supporting the application, especially given that moving forward, it will be Greg who's receiving the interest in who will be, who's the applicant for our officer, director, and shareholder positions. Um, I just would like to, put on the record the reminder that, this is a privileged license, and we expect licensees to act accordingly.
Absolutely.
Okay. So let's talk about conditions. What do we-
I personally didn't have a condition in mind, given the fact that Mr. Sayeb Alan has been licensed before. Nothing was turned up in his background investigation. So that's where sort of my judgment was, but I'm happy to entertain a condition if that's the will of my colleagues.
I'd open the floor for discussion. What do you think?
I think, because I think if this was Mr. Mills, if Mr. Mills was coming before us again, that I would certainly need a condition if approval. But because this is Greg, I'll call him Greg, and this is a different person, I think I'm okay moving forward with Greg.
Okay. So what that means, just so you all understand, is that our remedy would be discipline, right? Up to and including seeking revocation of license, right? So if we go forward without a condition, that's our remedy. So with that, I mean, I'm willing to support the application as well. I'm under the assumption that Greg, Mr. Sayabalan, understands that he's taking on the full weight of this thing, essentially. And with that, yeah, I'd ask for a motion.
Okay, I'm prepared to make one. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you, and good luck, Mr. Mills. Wish you the best.
Thank you. Appreciate your time.
Good luck to you.
All right, let's go on to number 4.
Restriction number 4, the applications of Amaya
Thank you.
Corp., Gavin Corp., GS Sandahu Corp., and Sohal Corp. For licensure to receive a percentage of gaming revenue from Sartini Gaming LLC at the locations as noted on the agenda, and the applications of Sandeep Kaur for licensure as sole officer, director, and shareholder, also as noted on the agenda.
Okay, welcome.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. Jeff Donato here on behalf of the applicant, and joining me today is the applicant herself, Mrs. Sandeep Kaur, in the Carson City office. We understand there were no areas of concern with her background, but with your permission, I'd like to give a little brief explanation of the applications before you today and give her an opportunity to give some information about herself.
Right, that is our goal. So please, go ahead.
Thank you. So in July of 2020, Mrs. Kaur franchised her 4th 7-Eleven store in the Reno area. That store is 7-Eleven store number 26091 and is located at 12605 South Virginia Street. As part of the application for store 26091, Mrs. Kaur submitted an application to share in the gaming revenue under the SRO's license for the store, and that is one of the applications before you today. Since Mrs. Kaur was already submitting an application to share in gaming revenue at store 26091, she decided to submit applications to share in gaming revenue for her other 3 7-Eleven stores as well. Those stores are 7-Eleven store number 14079, 7-Eleven store number 24578, and 7-Eleven store number 22523. Currently, all 4 stores have gaming and are operating under space lease agreements with Sartini Gaming. If approved, the entities operating those 4 stores would start sharing in gaming revenue under the SRO's gaming licenses. And with that, we'll have Mrs. Kaur provide some information about herself.
Thank you, Mrs. Kaur, and welcome. Just for the record, this is having you appear is not it's not indicative of any kind of issue. We want to meet you and have you and introduce you to our process. So welcome to the gaming world. And if you wouldn't mind, please tell us about yourself.
My name is Sandeep Kaur.
Okay.
Can you give them some information about your education history and also employment history?
Sure. I graduated from the Thomas High School, and then after that, I took classes at American River College in California, Sacramento. And after that, I decided to do diploma in business from Stratford Career Institute online. I was working with HMS Host. I started as a regular employee back in 2004 at the Sacramento International Airport. I worked there, worked my way up to supervisor and to assistant manager. And then while I was at the airport, I had the opportunity in 2012 to have my own business. So I decided to take that opportunity and moved out here. And I franchised my first store in 2012, located at 1401 East Pack Lane. And then in 2016, I decided to, then I actually got married in 2013. And then I had to move back to California with my husband. And I started working at the bank there for almost 11 months when me and my husband decided to come back. While I was gone, my brother was taking care of the store. But when I moved back here, I decided to get another store. That was in 2016, store number 24578. And then I had my kids. Then really had time to, focus on more. But then when I had another opportunity in 2019, I took over another store, and then back in 2020, I took over my fourth store, which is 2609.
Well, wonderful. I think it's outstanding to see your success, and I commend you on that. Do you have any questions of us as you've watched this process? I mean, you've seen just one item probably, but do you have any questions of us?
No.
And you understand the obligations associated with licensing?
Yes.
Turn it over to my colleagues for any questions.
I don't have anything. Welcome and nice to meet you.
Thank you. Nice to meet you too.
Welcome. Thank you for being here today. I can say that I'm actually a frequent visitor to at least one of your stores. No surprise. No, it's great to hear your background on this. How did you decide to get into the franchise business or the 7-Eleven franchise business? How did that actually happen?
Yeah, actually, while I was working at airport as a manager, my brother got married, and his brother-in-law he used to work at 7-Eleven, and then my cousin was working at 7-Eleven as well. And then he used to always tell us the stories how you can be really successful, you can start your own business while I was already managing at the airport. So that I had that in my mind, like, because I always wanted to grow, not just be a manager. I wanted to be my own boss. That's what it took. So I thought 7-Eleven was the perfect opportunity. And then when I applied for it and I got approval from 7-Eleven, so I just took that direction.
Okay, no, I mean, well done. Congrats to you and all your success. So what we're looking at right now is you're looking to switch from a sort of flat fee agreement to a participation type agreement. Based upon the change in the commercial agreement, do you expect then to have a good uplift in the fact that you're going to be receiving a percentage as opposed to that monthly flat fee?
Yes.
Okay, I mean, because are you able to see the numbers that you're getting on those machines right now? I mean, they probably shared, or they have not shared that with you, or?
No, they don't share any of the numbers or
Yeah.
anything, but I'm just at the flat fee rate right
Okay.
now. But I always see like people gambling there, and I'm sure they're really good numbers. So
Yeah, no, it's probably typically a good idea to try to derive a percentage as opposed to some sort of unknown.
And in Southern Nevada, we see a big majority of the stores for 7-Eleven that will share in revenue. I would say probably 99% of the stores. Up north is a little bit different. Gaming's a little bit different. So a lot of franchisees will just do space lease, but there are a good number that will convert to share in revenue.
Okay, and again, the number of machines we have at each of the locations.
4 machines at all the locations.
Every
Actually,
one of
South
them?
Virginia, 26091 has 5, and then all the other 3 has
4. Okay. No, well, great to see you here. It's just part of the process since this is your first time before us for licensure, so that we can see you, you can see us, and you can understand the process and how important we take, or how important compliance is for this industry, and so that we impress that upon you as well. So good to see you, Brett. Congratulations again. I'm happy to support your application here today.
Thank you.
I don't have anything further.
All right, could I ask for a motion then?
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 4 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'd like to thank
Thank
Agent
you.
McElhaney for all her hard work on the application as well.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, move on to item number 12.
Restricted number 12 is the application of Winners Gaming, Inc., doing business at Johnson Lane General Store for a restricted gaming license.
Good afternoon,
welcome.
Chair Gibson, members Katsouros and Watkins, Madam Secretary, staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with Centimore, appearing on the application of Winners Gaming, Inc. for approval of restricted gaming location under space lease with its affiliate Longley Partners LLC. Appearing with me at the podium today on the application is Robert A. Cashel Jr., who, as the board knows, is an equity owner and officer of both WGI and Longley Partners. We'd like to thank Chief Labadie and his staff for their professionalism and expedited processing of the applications, and particularly appreciate the efforts of Deputy Chief Hoffman and Agent Finlinson. With the chair's leave, we do have a affirmative presentation.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. WGI is a licensed slot route operator with 336 slot machines at 52 locations in northern Nevada. WGI's route operations serve locations in Reno, Sparks, Carson City, Winnemucca, and Battle Mountain at the present. The company has restricted operations at convenience stores, some of which are associated with automobile service stations, restaurants, and taverns. On January 20, 2021, WGI filed with the board an application for restricted license on space lease for the Johnson Lane General Store, located at 1392 Johnson Lane, Minden, Nevada. The location is a 4,300 square foot convenience store with a takeout pizza kitchen, no in location dining, packaged alcohol beverage sales, and an automobile service fueling station. Greg Berry has been licensed continuously at that location since October 1st, 1984, to conduct a restricted license at that location with 15 devices. Accordingly, it is our view that the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 3015, including any limitation to no more than 7 gaming devices at the convenience store, which was adopted in February 1st, does not apply to this location. Moreover, given the location was licensed before the July 1st, 1985 adoption of NRS 463-161, the incidental to primary business standard was not even statutory at the time it was first licensed. The operation of 15 slot machines is likewise fully permitted under the Douglas County Code. The transaction involves a December 22nd, 2020 space lease with Longley Partners as a part of a transaction in which Longley Partners agrees to acquire the business and the real estate at that location from Mr. Berry pursuant to a purchase and sale agreement also dated effective December 22nd, 2020. The essential terms of that agreement are set forth in our memorandum in support of the application. Due diligence period under the purchase agreement concluded last February 19th. Longley Partners has secured bank financing for the transaction, full amount of the bank transaction, but also Mr. Berry has agreed to finance at the election of Longley Partners at closing 15% of the purchase price over 64 months, secured by a promissory note and personal guarantees. Under the terms of the space lease, Longley Partners grants to WGI exclusive rights to gaming operations with an initial term of 10 years and a 5-year extension right, for which the company has paid a one-time licensing fee, and otherwise the compensation received by Longley Partners is on a fixed monthly flat rent. The initial term of the space lease would commence 7 days after the date upon which it is WGI has been granted all state and local licenses necessary to conduct the business. In connection with negotiating the space lease, WGI and Berry entered a gaming equipment purchase agreement, also effective December 22nd, 2020. That provides that WGI will acquire the 15 gaming devices owned by Berry and currently used at the gaming operation at the location. WGI plans to commence operations with those slot machines and thereafter evaluate future game replacements. We reviewed with Agent Finlinson a proposed surveillance system condition, and it was, we believe, an appropriate form content. On that subject matter, we discussed with Agent Finlinson that it was the intent of Longley Partners to have video surveillance cameras in a number of locations with screens at the checkout and other locations available to management. With that information, we are available and welcome any questions the board may have.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser. I appreciate your appearance with your client, Mr. Shell Jr. We don't have any, I don't personally have any questions or any doubts about the probative client. I don't think that the grandfathering of this location is in question. Really, I asked for you to appear so we could talk about the incidental provisions. You mentioned that this location was in existence in 1985, prior to the implementation or the promulgation of Reg 3015. How many in 1985? How many machines did this location have? Do you know?
So just to clarify, Mr. Chairman, this 3015, I believe, is a much later than mid-80s regulation. My point about 1980, the license being granted in July, in the fall of 1984, is that at the time it was granted, the legislature had not passed NRS 463-161 and would not until July 1st of the following year, 1985, at that session. And that was the first time that the incidental primary business standard applied. The answer to your direct question is, from the very moment of its first opening in 1984, there have been 15 devices at that location which were permitted under the local code and were at that time under Nevada.
So it's your argument that you don't have to come into compliance at all. Is that correct?
It is my position, Member Watkins, as with all of the grandfather provisions, if a location, the grandfather runs with the location, not with the license. That has been the general structure of all of the statutory changes the legislature has made with regard to restricted location requirements. And that in this instance, when the location was initially licensed in 1984, there was no Reg 31015 creating the presumption that 7 machines should only be allowed at a convenience store. So short answer is, it is our, I believe it's not only our argument, but it is settled without a law that as to this location, it fully enjoys the ability to have all 15 devices allowed to a restricted location.
Yeah, I happen to agree with you, Mr. Reeser. So, unless there's express intent declared in statute or regulation that the body that's promulgating either the statute or reg intends to be, or they intend to be retroactive, I agree. You're absolutely right. So, we have a sort of an unsettled debate. I'll just be candid with you about the inclusion of fuel in gross revenue and and there are conflicting views as to whether or not that the percentage of gaming revenue should be compared against revenue of, say, a convenience store with gas or without gas. Do you have an opinion on that?
I think you probably do know I have an opinion on that because Agent Finlinson asked me. My view, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, is that the question that the legislature has set up is, under 161, what is the primary business? And is the gaming incidental that is less than 50.01% theoretically. If the primary business includes the sale of gasoline, I don't know what the theory is for the regulatory body to tell the legislature that we're going to define in some different way what the primary business is than what comes before us as the business presented to you as the non-gaming business. It would be, I guess, could you say, well, I don't think bar food should be, but only food sold somebody sitting at a table should be included in incidental. I mean, we get on, I think it's a slippery slope. I've told agents in these matters before, I think it's a slippery slope. And I think that the focus is what's in the non-gaming bucket and what's in the gaming bucket. And is the gaming bucket incidental to the non-gaming bucket? I think that that is my reading of the statute, the intended statute. I did point out to the agent, the legislative history is pretty shallow here, as one might expect in 1985, having been in sessions back that long ago. But I think it's fair. There's a fair glean on what little record there is that this incidental concept was not as considered as granular as as it has become to us. Now, I understand as a public policy for the control board, and I will be quiet, and for the commission, that we are in the 21st century, and views of where gaming should be in our communities and how prevalent that gaming should be in neighborhoods is a different issue than it was in 1985. I can say that because that's roughly the time I became general counsel to the agencies. So I'll conclude with that and answer any questions. And Mr. Cashel probably wants me to carve this discussion out of his bill.
Well, for better or worse, Mr. Cashel, I apologize. I had my own selfish reasons for having you and Mr. Reeser appear. I did want to hear what he had to say on this subject. He's a walking encyclopedia of gaming regulatory
Yes,
knowledge.
I'm happy to attend anytime you request my appearance.
Okay, so the primary business, and I happen to agree with you. So for progeny, for those going forward, this will be something they can look at. Although it's not exactly a test case because 1984 predates the sort of the institution of the statute and regulation. So with that, do you have any questions?
I do have one. I appreciated exactly what you just said there, Mr. Reeser. But there was one point when you veered off from where my head was. And when we're talking about incidental, I agree. Far be it from this regulatory agency to decide whether or not, that food or gas should or not be part of that business. I get it. Gaming bucket, non-gaming bucket. But you did then throw out a percentage here, 50.1% or what have you. Is that anywhere in statute? Has that been flushed out? Or is this, you're just spitballing there with, generally speaking, where a dividing line may or may not be?
So spitballing is probably a fair comment, Member Soros.
Okay.
What is primary and what is secondary or what is incidental? I think if you're trying to come up with a bright line that you can always apply, it would be something more than 50% gaming. Because now it doesn't
I'm not
seem...
trying to, sorry, I don't want to come up with a bright line right now. I just wanted to make sure what you were saying was in fact just sort of, you were getting to a different issue of gaming bucket, non-gaming bucket, not applying a particular percentage to what may or may not be incidental.
Fair statement.
Okay, thank you for that. That's all I have.
Member Watkins, do you have any questions? Anything to add?
Yes, so I just want to clarify to make sure I understand your position. So you, from your perspective, NRS 463.161 does not apply. Is that correct?
No, No, I don't, I wouldn't say it doesn't apply, Member Watkins. What I am saying is Reg 3015 is a regulation in part that was adopted based on the statutory authority of NRS 4630161, creating the incidental to primary business. And 3015 has gone through a number of iterations, all of which have resulted in the creation today of kind of presumptions of what is incidental for a rule of thumb to get applications quickly processed through, and what is not. And it sets up a process where the applicant can come forward and demonstrate that for a particular location, 9 machines would still be incidental at a certain convenience store, and allows the board to say, well, 4 would be too many to be incidental. So I wouldn't say that it doesn't apply, because that is also the statute that creates restricted licenses. So it obviously applies because it says that a restricted license can only be held by the primary business owner or a slot operator. So I'm not throwing the whole statute out. I'm simply saying the statute, as it is used as authority for 3015, wouldn't apply in this situation, because that statute and that regulation didn't exist when this location was first licensed, and it has been continuously licensed since then. And the continued licensing standard has been either explicitly or implicitly embodied in 3015. And not to put too fine a point on this, I know it is not lost on the board and the commission that if there was a different result, there would be diminution in the value of businesses. And the question is that diminution in the value of business something that is a taking or not a taking? And I can frankly tell you, I believe what the board and the commission, this is my interpretation, the board and the commission have been careful, and actually in some of the earlier versions of 3015 made explicit, hey, we're not taking anybody's vested rights that run with the location. And so I think that's the other parentheses here that the regulatory agencies have to consider.
Okay, so then, thank you for that. I appreciate that explanation. So it is your position then that gaming should be incidental?
Well, it is my position that that a location that is not subject to a grandfather, the gaming must be incidental to the primary business. We have all kinds of gradations of grandfathers for restricted and non-restricted locations all over the state based on legislative changes, regulatory changes. And one of the duties of the applicant and their counsel, if they have counsel, when one of these come across their desk, is to determine whether there are any grandfather rights allocated that are associated with the location. So as to this location, the incidental to primary business standard doesn't get applied. This location, if it continues to operate without hiatus of 1 year or 2 years at the chairman's prerogative, will have 15 till it is destroyed.
Okay, so I think what I'm getting from what you're saying is that you don't think that at this particular location, gaming needs to be incidental.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So then if that's the case, then we don't even reach the analysis regarding whether or not gaming is incidental. Okay.
Yeah, and I thought that I think, Member Watkins, that was maybe what Chair Gibson was saying, that this isn't this isn't maybe the right fact pattern for the board to make a policy statement, but it is a step toward trying to express to the industry how it views.
Okay. And so let's assume that it were incidental. Let's just assume for a second.
Well, if you
that-
fast forward, I mean, say it's a 1986 business that opens.
Yeah, let's just assume that it were required to be incidental. I just kind of want to get your thoughts on this. So, you said that essentially you don't think there's any reason why the board should be setting policy on, whether gas should be excluded. There should be gaming and non-gaming, two categories, right?
I'm sorry, restate that.
So essentially what you were saying is that you don't think gasoline, whether or not the revenue is based on gasoline, should be a consideration, that there should be, just two categories, essentially non-gaming and gaming, when revenue is considered.
Correct.
As it pertains to the gaming as incidental analysis. Right.
Correct. A gaming bucket and a non-gaming bucket.
Okay. Yeah, you described them as buckets. Okay. So I'm trying to understand, I guess, let's assume that the consideration for excluding gaming was that all convenience stores would be measured on the same basis, even though certain convenience stores don't have gas stations. What's your response to that consideration?
So if I understand your question, Member Watkins, is what is my analysis in trying to treat a convenience store without fueling with a convenience store with fuel?
Yeah, so let's say that was the reason why the policy to exclude gasoline revenues from the consideration. Let's assume that was the reason behind it, so that C stores can be treated similarly, including those C stores without gasoline.
Well, I know that you will be acquainted with you take your plaintiff as you find them. I think you take your applicant as you find. If the applicant wants to run a convenience store without gas, then they are going to need to take into consideration that revenue stream will not be there in the non-gaming bucket, which may well affect whether or not the gaming revenue is incidental to the primary business. As long as the 7 device presumption is in place, as long as the 7, and I think that's one of the reasons for the 7 device presumption, as long as the 7 device presumption is in place, it really is no additional administrative burden on the agency, because you're going to rely on the 7 device presumption for convenience stores, whether or not they have fuel or not. So fast forwarding to a location not subject to the unique grandfather issues, all convenience stores get 7 devices, whether they have gas or don't have gas. And I believe the commission wisely, that's just my view, others might disagree, chose to not have to have the debate with convenience stores one way or the other. You just get 7. You can come forward and prove to me that you could get more if you want to establish that because you have a different kind of stream of revenue. And I've actually had applications like that where we put on that kind of a dog and pony, and sometimes won, sometimes did not. But I think the 7 device presumption takes care of your parity problem, Member Watkins.
Okay, I appreciate you entertaining me for a moment. I just wanted to get your perspective, considering you've been doing this for so long.
Anytime,
thank
anytime. Happy to be on the record or off the record.
you. Thank you. I'm satisfied and I'm ready to move forward.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Reeser. Thank you, Mr. Kishel, for indulging us. I'd ask for a motion.
Certainly, Chair Gibson. Before I make the motion, Mr. Reeser, you did mention the note about the surveillance system, so you're fine with the wording. It's your typical.
Yeah, we were the
condition.
condition is Finlanson's shared with me on Monday, July 26, 2021 at 4:43. If you want me to read it, I can.
No, I'm good. I'm going to assume this
Okay.
is the one at 4:43 on that date that you just
She told me
mentioned.
it would be in the report.
Well, there is one indeed in the report. I move to recommend approval of restricted item number 12 is read into the record by Secretary Bell. Condition that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved.
Thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. for preparing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Reeser.
Thank you.
Okay. The next item is a request for final approval of a new game. Madam Secretary.
You have one request for final approval of a new game. That item is Super 4 Poker submitted by AGS.
Okay, is there any discussion, my colleagues?
Not really. Look, it seemed to be a very entertaining game. The customers or patrons seemed to enjoy it a lot. There were some very good comments, and I'm happy to support it.
Okay.
I didn't have any discussion on this item.
Okay, I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of new game number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. And that brings us to our casino player dispute appeal.
You have one casino player dispute appeal. The hearing examiner recommends the agent's decision denying payment be affirmed. That item is Jason Siegfried versus the Cosmopolitan of Las Vegas.
Okay, thank you. You've read the record. I read it. Seems like a good decision on my, at least from my part. Do you have any, does anyone disagree?
I don't disagree at all. I think the recommendation is right on point considering the
Member Katsaros?
I didn't have any discussion on this either. I agree with the findings.
Okay, I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to approve the hearings examiner's recommendation for dispute item on the agenda today,
Okay.
as written in the record by Secretary Bell.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. Okay, that brings us to our regulation agenda. And we have our two senior DAGs, or two of our senior DAGs, who are going to present. Mr. McKellar, welcome.
Thank
Madam
you.
Secretary, would you like to tee this up for Mr. McKellar?
Yes, today you have 6 regulation items, and we have not received any public comments via email that were specific to these regulation items.
Okay.
The first regulation item is regarding proposed amendments to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 7A.017, as noted on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. So these regulations, just for the record, these come out of, we had 2 bills, AB 7, AB 8. And these are routine bills. There's nothing, in my view, that's controversial in them. They're required. And Mr. McKellar has 2 of these regulations that he's going to talk. Please go ahead, McKellar.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. For the record, I'm John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today, for your consideration and possible recommendation to the Commission, are some changes which revise and update the limitations period found in Regulation 7A.017. The draft date of the proposed changes before you today is June 30th, 2021. The intent of these changes is to tighten up the patron dispute limitations periods. Presently, for disputes involving less than $500, a patron must notify the board within a set amount of time as set out in current regulation 7A.017 subsection 1. For disputes involving at least $500, the licensee is required to notify the board and a patron dispute commences upon licensee notice. This is set out in current regulation 7A.017 subsection 2. The regulation was written that way so as not to allow a licensee to prevent a patron dispute action from occurring by notifying the board too late. However, subsequent to the passage of 7A.017 by the Commission on January 21st, 2021, The board's hearings office brought to my attention that this could punish a licensee which is not aware of a dispute because a patron has not brought the dispute to the licensee's attention until well after the licensee is no longer required to maintain records regarding the play at issue. The changes before you today resolve this issue by creating limitations periods for disputes concerning at least $500 based on when a patron notifies a licensee or a licensee otherwise becomes aware of a dispute. These changes should be effective upon adoption and approval by the Commission, and they are before you for your consideration and possible recommendation to the Commission. I'm happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. McKellen. Let me correct the record. So most of these regulations, or many of them, several of them, are a result of our two bills. This one is not. So this just tightens up the statute of limitations for a patron bringing an action or claiming a dispute. So is there any discussion?
I didn't have any discussion on this. I just want to commend staff for recognizing this sort of disconnect or potential disconnect there and tidying this up. I'm supportive of it.
I've had an opportunity to review the amendment and I'm in support.
As am I. So thank you for being proactive in the way that you're sort of, you're clearing away the debris. This is helpful. So I'd ask for a motion this item.
I move that the board submit to the Nevada Gaming Commission for their recommendation and adoption the proposed amendments to Regulation 7A, draft dated June 30th, 2021, along with the recommendation that any such adoption be made effective upon Nevada Gaming Commission approval.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you. Okay, let's go on to our next item.
The next item for your consideration is Regulation 4A.020 as noted on the agenda.
And so this one is one that comes out of out of a piece of legislation. I don't think it was ours necessarily, but it's a sort of it's an embodiment of that. So go ahead, Mr. McKellen, if you would.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. Good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary. Again, for the record, I'm John McKellar with the Attorney General's Office. Before you today for your consideration and possible recommendation to the Commission are some changes which update the fees charged for a charitable lottery or charitable game in Regulation 4A.020. The draft date of the proposed changes before you today is August 16th, 2021. The intent of these changes is to bring the fees into line with the changes passed into law this last legislative session through AB 202. AB 202 capped fees on charitable organizations which offer less than $100,000 in prizes during a calendar year at $10. The proposed changes before you today set this fee at $0. This is because the administrative costs in collecting and processing a $10 fee will cause a burden on staff and will overly complicate what could be a simple and clean process. These changes should be effective upon adoption and approval by the Commission and are before you for your consideration and possible recommendation to the Commission. I am happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. McKellar. So given the statute that was passed and signed by the governor and is now law, I think this is good. So the no fee, there's no reason to collect, a de minimis fee. It's more administrative work than it's worth. So this will streamline the process. I would ask for my colleagues' input. Provide any?
I'll just add that I agree completely with what you just said, and I've had an opportunity to review the regulation and it has my support.
Thank you.
I don't have any comments. I'm supportive of it.
I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move that the board submit to the Nevada Gaming Commission for their consideration and adoption the proposed amendments to Regulation 4A, draft dated August 16, 2021, along with the recommendation that any such adoption be made effective upon Nevada Gaming Commission approval.
Okay, thank you, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you, Mr. McKellar. I appreciate
Thank you.
Hearing today. Okay, so now we'll move back to our in-person presentation of our senior DAG here, Mr. Somps. Let's read all of these into the record at once if we can.
Next, for your consideration, you have 4 regulation items. The first is regarding Commission Regulation 6. Next is Commission Regulation 5.050. Then Regulation 22 and Regulation 26C, all as noted on the agenda.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Psalms, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Madam Secretary. For the record, my name is Mike Somps with the Attorney General's office. And before you for your consideration and possible recommendation today is the regulation package for proposed changes to various provisions of the Commission's regulations. As Madam Secretary indicated, that package includes changes to Regs 5, 6, 22, and 26C. These changes have been worked up with the assistance of Chiefs Taylor, Douglas, Colvin, and Barbie. As you indicated, Mr. Chairman, the nature of these changes, they're not necessarily anything controversial in here that board staff found. So no workshops were held. However, these proposed changes have been posted to the board's website for at least 2 weeks. And as you indicated, I'm not aware of any comments that came in. The first regulation that I'll start with is I think it's a little bit out of order from what Madam Secretary indicated, and that's the proposed deletion of Reg 5.050. And before actually not even going through that proposed deletion, I just wanted to indicate or represent to the board that there's been some additional internal discussions as of today about this particular change, and I'd like to have it referred back to staff so we can work on that some more.
Okay, with that, I would refer this item back, this regulation amendment back to staff for work.
Okay, thank you. Then going on to Regulation 6, and there are a number of changes to go through that are contained in that draft. And that draft date is August 25th of this year, so hopefully you have that in front of you. Many of the changes in this draft are driven by the passage of Assembly Bill 8 earlier this year, but there are other changes in there that are, I guess, housekeeping changes. So first, starting off with the definition section in 6.010, you can see that there are some definitions that are added. For credit instrument, that is a term that is used throughout Regulation 6, and for that definition, there's a reference to NRS 463.01467. As the board knows, the legislature made a slight change to the statutory definition this past session. It was designed to ensure that credit instruments could be electronic as well as paper. So again, we're just referencing that statutory definition. Next, we have a definition for electronic signature. Because Assembly Bill 8 gives the Commission authority to adopt regulations regarding electronic signatures on credit instruments, a definition of electronic signature is appropriate. But instead of just trying to create or reinvent the wheel for that particular term, you can see that we're relying on the definition in NRS 719.100. And I'll just tell you what that definition is in that statute. An electronic signature is an electronic sound, symbol, or process attached to or logically associated with a record and executed or adopted by a person with the intent to sign the record. That's the definition we'll rely on. Finally, in the definition section, there is a definition of entry fees. This isn't going to be a new definition. Rather, it's just pulled up into the definitions section from 6.110. Going on to Regulation 6.080. In there, the audit division is just looking to only require 1 copy instead of 2 of the audited or reviewed financial statements to be submitted to the board. In 6.090, you can see that we're looking to what is proposed here, that umbrella language. The definition of chair that is specific to that section is removed. However, again, this is another item with some further discussion. I think I'd like to ask that proposed deletion be abandoned, and we just revert back to the original language. Board staff isn't looking to make that change any longer. So assuming that this regulation is recommended up to the commission, a new draft would be created that would not include that, assuming that's where the board wants to go.
Okay.
In 6.090 sub 2D, there's some clarifying language that is added so that those individuals who have positions comparable to the chief financial officer and the chief executive officer, those individuals would have the ability to sign the attestation statement. That is apparently something that staff has found to be an issue that has come up where people that are in similar positions but don't actually have that title have questioned whether they can sign that. So that would clear that up. In 6.090 sub 9, this is another change from 2 copies to 1 copy for the independent accountant's written report of compliance that is to be submitted to the licensee. A similar change in 6.090 subsection 15, there's a change from 2 copies to 1 copy for the internal auditor's report that must be submitted to the board. This subsection is also reworded to clarify when the internal auditor's report on non-compliance and management responses are due for the first half and the second half of the licensee's business year, and to provide, you can see, an extra 30 days to submit the report regarding the second half of the year. In 6.105, there's again a change from 2 copies to 1 copy, this time for the written report of compliance prepared by the independent accountant to be submitted to the operator of the InterCasino Link system and then to the board. (6.110), which pertains to gross revenue computations. There are a number of changes in here. For subsection 1, it is updated to reflect the use of wagering vouchers at table games. Also, the phrase "through the use of a cashless wagering system" is removed, as that is unnecessary language given it is covered through reference to money transfers and wagering vouchers. For subsections 11 and 12, these changes are prompted with the statutory changes that have been made this past session to 463.369, where the word slot machine has been removed from the term slot machine wagering voucher. And that is a change I think that Member Katsaros was behind and spearheaded. So now the statute just refers to wagering voucher. And with that change, it is clear that all wagering vouchers issued by a non-restricted gaming establishment, not just wagering vouchers issued by a slot machine, are subject to the provisions of NRS 463.369. And just for your benefit, that particular statute pertains to the treatment of unredeemed and expired wagering vouchers. Further, that statute now clarifies that a wagering voucher can be printed or a digital version. So with those statutory changes, what we're doing here in subsection 11 is we're trying to get this reg in conformity with those statutory changes. And we're proposing to delete subsection 11 in its entirety. It's no longer necessary to distinguish treatment of wagering vouchers issued at a game other than a slot machine from those issued at a slot machine. They're all going to be treated the same. And then with subsection 12, you can see that becomes a subsection 11. There are, again, conforming changes throughout, including removing references to payout receipts and now just referencing wagering vouchers. Also, the language in the current subsection 12A, that is deleted as the language is unnecessary, given that wagering vouchers are otherwise captured in the calculation of gross revenue elsewhere in that section. The current language contained in 12E and F are deleted as unnecessary. Then for the language that would then be in new subsection 12, the old 13, this is driven by an amendment to the definition of gross revenue that was made by Assembly Bill 8, where gross revenue is clarified to include cash received as entry fees for the right to participate in contests and tournaments. These are conforming changes that clarify the treatment of entry fees for contests and tournaments conducted in conjunction with a gaming device. Finally, there is a new subsection 13 that references the definition of wagering voucher in NRS 463.369 that will be used for purposes of Reg 6.110. Next, we're looking at changes in 6.118. That pertains to credit applications and credit instruments. There are changes in subsection 1 to reflect that a credit instrument is the same as a check. There's no need to specify that it's a personal check. It made sense to just make it check. Further, given that credit instruments can be in electronic form, there's a change in subsection 1 from writing to executing a credit instrument to just avoid any ambiguity that might occur there. With the authority granted with the passage of Assembly Bill 8, subsection 5 is created to clarify that credit instruments can have a handwritten or electronic signature. Further, if electronic signatures are accepted by licensee, there has to be compliance with the applicable provisions of NRS Chapter 719. Again, that's the particular chapter that we're relying on the definition of electronic signatures. That chapter pertains to electronic transactions. So for your benefit, just some of the things that would probably be applicable if electronic signatures are going to be allowed by a licensee. One, the parties must agree to the use of the completing an electronic transaction. 2, the legal effect and enforceability of the electronic signature can't be denied. 3, the electronic signature must be in a form that is capable of being retained and accurately reproduced. Moving on to 6.125, that pertains to the treatment of credit instruments upon conclusion of a gaming operation. There are amendments to conform to changes made in NRS 463.3857 through Assembly Bill 8, where provisions regarding charging and collecting a monthly fee for compensation received in payment of a credit instrument were deleted. So given that deletion and the unavailability of that option when a licensee concludes its operations, much of subsection 2 and all of subsections 3 through 8 are deleted. They're not necessary. We have language, though, that is added to subsection 2 to set forth the licensee's available options that are all designed to ensure that the fees are collected that are required by NRS 463.3857. In a nutshell, these changes are designed to streamline the tax treatment of credit instruments upon an establishment's closure and delete provisions that just really aren't used. And then language that is in subsection 9B in its current form, you can see current 9B, that is deleted as unnecessary. And then 6.130, which I think is the final change for Reg Chapter 6. This has to do with a mandatory count procedure. There are changes in what will become subsection 1 and 2, designed to allow for electronic submissions. Also in the new subsection 2, there's a change to now only require the last 4 digits of the count personnel's social security number on the count personnel list. And then language in what is currently subsection 2 is deleted as it's no longer necessary. So those are all of the proposed changes to Regulation 6. I don't know if you want to ask me questions on that. Otherwise, I can just finish off Regs 22 and 26C.
Let me stop you there for just one second to make sure that my colleagues don't have any questions. That was quite a bit. Sure.
Just a comment from me, I would just add that with regard to 6.090, where the last portion of that clause was deleted, the decision to add it back was just related to consistency and organizational issues that promote understanding.
Okay. That provision that we're talking about there, that's just the red line portion where it says "and chair" means the chair.
That's correct.
Okay, understand. Thank you for clarifying that. I meant to ask that, but he was on a roll earlier. So cut him off. Okay. I will note he had highlighted the changes under 6110, 11, and 12, and so the reason for that change emanates from the fact that the statutes changed, but the reasoning behind all of that is to simply harmonize the treatment of tickets across the floor so that in the future, starting now, or hopefully once adoption by the commission, you'll be able to have tickets that are able to be used seamlessly across the floor without requiring different treatment based upon expiration. As our floors get more complex, that then causes complexities in itself, and it really doesn't serve any regulatory purpose that I can see to have that there, frankly. So hopefully that'll be a plus for operators. Other than that, I didn't have any questions. Well, perhaps could Chief Colvin and Chief Douglas maybe come to the podium? I just want to say thank you guys for spearheading a lot of this. I think perhaps with yourselves and Member Watkins, are you comfortable with all the changes that are outlined in here?
For the record, Kelly Colvin with the Audit Division. I'm good with the changes.
Dan Douglas with the Tax and License Division. Yes, I'm fine with the changes as well.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page here. I think it's good work there, and I didn't have any other questions for you. I just wanted to get that on the record.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you guys so much for your work.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Soms, please go ahead.
And just to wrap it up, we have some proposed changes to regulations 22 and 26C. These changes are contained in a draft dated August 24th of this year. And this time with the passage of Assembly Bill 7, earlier this year, all statutory provisions that allowed for business entity wagering have been deleted by the legislature. So therefore, the changes in these regulations are cleanup to conform with the statutory changes and remove all regulatory provisions regarding business entity wagering. Right. That's pretty straightforward. And the last thing I'll say about all these regulations is that my recommendation is that they be made effective upon approval by the commission. And then in regards to when the commission might hear this, assuming the board recommends these changes today, 30-day notice would be needed, and therefore, assuming the commission wants to hear this on its next available agenda, it would be October.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Soms. So just to summarize, we had Mr. McKellar's 2 regulations that he went through. And we have a number of changes to Reg 6 that are, I think, very good. We're referring the Reg 5 amendment back, additional work. Going back to Reg 6, there's a deletion that we're going to undelete. We're going to include it as it was originally. And then finally, let's see here, we have 5 going back to staff, and then 22, and then 20 amendments to Reg 26, I think, right?
26C.
26C. Okay. All right. Any questions from my colleagues?
None for me.
No? Okay.
No more for me.
Well, my thanks to Member Watkins for her good work. She oversees, or she has audit as a direct report. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you to Chiefs Colvin and Douglas.
Thank you both, and to your staff. Thank you, Mr. Soms. Okay, and with that, I ask for a motion.
So I'm going to make 3 separate motions here, given that we've got different, I think it'll be cleaner that way, given the different dates and the fact that Reg 6 has got a bit of a change. I move that the board submit to the Nevada Gaming Commission for their consideration and adoption the proposed amendments to Regulation 6, draft dated August 25th, taking into account the change as described by Senior Dag Song, along with the recommendation that any such adoption be made effective upon Nevada Gaming Commission approval.
Okay, is that your first motion?
That's the first one.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Aye.
Soros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Okay.
And we don't have any changes to Reg 22 and Reg 26C, so I'll take these together, if that's all right.
Please.
Chair Gibson, I move that the board submit to the Nevada Gaming Commission for the recommendation and adoption the proposed amendments to Regulation 22 and Reg 26C, both drafts dated August 24th, 2021, along with the recommendation that any such adoption be made effective upon Nevada Gaming Commission approval.
Okay, wonderful. Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Okay, our final one.
I just included them both there.
All right, so you put them together. All right,
Yeah,
so
so
we
we're-
are done with that. And let's see here. I think that brings us, so our final item is public comment. Madam Secretary.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming-related matters.
Okay. Is there any public comment in the south? There's not. North? There's not. And by submission, Madam Secretary? No?
That is it.
Okay. With that, we'll close our public comment section. And with that, we are adjourned for the month of September. Thank you very much.
Thank you.